Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, she is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. The energy right now is a little cray-cray, but it's okay. We can handle cray-cray. We're going to talk a little bit about it. So, a couple of things. One of the things that's very important is nothing's in retrograde. It's awesome, but it might be feeling a little intense. I wouldn't be surprised if you're feeling a little bit activated right now. The best way I can describe it is this energy is it has a burst quality to it. So I wouldn't be surprised if you have those experiences by which you feel like really, really activated, and then you're ready to rest, right? It's like it's sprinting energy. And I think one of the reasons that we're experiencing that specifically is due to the profundity of planets that we currently have in Aries. You have to understand, and the way, like, again, the way I often see Aries energy is it's first gear energy. It's like it's room. It's that kick that you need to kind of move things forward. Now, on the bright side, if you're starting something right now, or if you're picking something back up, or if you need that little like shove of encouragement, then this energy is lovely. But what I want to warn you about is making sure, right, productive, not provoked. Okay, write it down. Productive, not provoked. And the reason I stress that is because the same energy, right, the same quality that we see that can create a little bit of that motivation, it can also create experiences where we feel highly irritated or highly frustrated. This is not eased by the fact that recently we had Jupiter come out of Cancer. Now, the thing about, not Jupiter coming out of Cancer, what I'm trying to say is Jupiter came out of retrograde in Cancer. Now, the reason I articulate that is because, and this is just to show you that, like, not all retrogrades are effectively negative. In fact, I feel like the most recent Mercury retrograde that we had was kind of helping us through the hard part of this recent eclipse cycle. Working into Jupiter in Cancer can often feel very vulnerable, right? It can work through feelings of vulnerability or energetic exposure. So the space by which we were going through that retrograde was actually kind of easing some of that energy that we see in Jupiter, which is why, I like to think about it as like, Jupiter coming out of retrograde is like the earmuffs come off, right? It's being able to effectively articulate something from a place of deep investment, but also in the space by which we're able to be vulnerable allows for the expression of it. And the hard part about this energy, and you might be experiencing it, is the same energy that effectively allows one to feel highly motivated highly motivated in spaces by which you may have previously felt vulnerable. If you're doing the work correctly, it can also create experiences by which others feel highly triggered because of hypersensitivity around things that they have not healed from. So it's making sure, right? And this isn't to say, right? This is, and I'll describe the best way to effectively navigate, and I'll like to point this out. The best way to navigate between healthy vulnerability and oversensitivity is usually in understanding the proportionality in terms of what would be ideal, right? If you can identify a better ideal, then it's not oversensitivity, because you see clearly like what the ideal would be. So if you're having a hard time kind of like moving between those, or if you're feeling both at once, that might be something to be able to gravitate upon to effectively help you be able to determine which one you're experiencing. Now, this is having, at the same time, a very different impact depending on whether you connect to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And I'm just going to tell you right now, if you are a tarot nerd, like I myself am, I would highly recommend that you pop on over to the Stack and take a look at yesterday's spread. I post each day's spread. I post each day's spread up after I post the podcast, so it's up there. And I have to describe, the reason I bring it up is because I've never drawn a spread like the spread that I drew yesterday. And the reason I mention that is because there was effectively a cascade in the masculine reading. And I'll just tell you right now, like, this is just to show you, like, even as a reader, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That's never happened before. So there was effectively a cascade effect that was happening in the masculine energetic space. And the best way I can describe it is a lot of the masculine energy working through, and a lot of it was happening specifically in the unconscious of the masculine. What we're effectively seeing there, because the cards that were cascading were the Three of Cups, the Eight of Pentacles in its upright, and the Four of Cups. There was a lot of work I was seeing yesterday in these cards, specifically around fives, and specifically, well, let me just get to that point in a minute, because the thing, and there was also some like work we were seeing in the fours, because it's working on before lessons, right? And the thing about it is, and this is what you have to understand, we often need to run, and this is basically what I was seeing in yesterday's reading right now with masculine, which is understanding the significance and importance of energetic forgiveness that is articulated upon another person being able to take accountability for what they're working to change, right? Because what effectively happens when we close doors on forgiveness, then we don't allow energetic healing to occur. Now, that does not mean, right? That does not mean that we have to let others back into our experience, right? It doesn't mean that we have to be in the space by which we're completely always energetically open to what we ourselves are not inclined to receive. But the reason I see this that is coming through right now for masculine energy is the observation that for those that are not in masculine energy, the fact that one has often experienced trauma by masculine trying to move towards another in a grand gesture that wasn't a gesture for another person, wasn't an offering, but more something that was energetically ego-driven, right? Because the difference between the difference between a gesture and an offering is the quality of by which another person is eager to receive it. And the thing about gesturing is often in the space by which we effectively gesture, we're not necessarily offering anything, because it's the modality by which we recognize that's often coming from the space of the ego, right? The modality by which we're giving something another that we ourselves would aspire to receive, rather than being conscientious of what another would desire. So the ability, right? And it's not to say, right, that ability to effectively determine between the understanding of an energetic gesture versus an offering, the modality of understanding what feels good for the self. What's beautiful about that is when we're working in alignment, our gesturings and our offerings feel energetically aligned, right? It's the feels good is good. But when we're not in alignment, that's often the experience by which others have experienced trauma in the modality of another trying to offer something that they themselves wish to receive, but another person isn't inclined to reciprocate. So that modality of being able to understand and work through modalities or circumstances such as those, we see that for a lot of the energy, that's potentially working through the frustration of other masculine energy that has not grasped or understood that, right? While at the same time potentially forgiving the self in past experiences by which one may have effectively felt like one was trying, like this is often the modality by which we articulate upon, right, the love that we desire to give another versus understanding that love is being energetically mindful of one another's wishes. So again, there's a lot of healing that's occurring there, but there's a lot of potential emotionality as it relates to past experiences or lack of perception in certain areas. But again, for those that are experiencing this, that is always a gift, because as we effectively grow and mature, we energetically see more. And that is where the effective ability to work or change through things occurs. So this is either, I'm going to say this is either masculine energy that is working through that, either via the other masculine energy, trying to articulate those qualities and conditions, or having that conversation with the self to heal past inner child, or potentially working into the context of being energetically protective of those that they care about. Now, this brings us to feminine energy, and I just got to tell you right now, for feminine energy, I've saw the abundance, the sheer abundance of ace cards that we identified in yesterday's reading. Like there were, I'm going to tell you right now, and again, you can go look at the spread if you want to see it. We had the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, the Ace of Swords in its reversal, as well as another Ace of Pentacles that was in its upright in the feminine card space, which is, that's a lot of aces. That is a lot of aces to see, but it's very important, particularly in the conversation that we see, right? Because it's a continuation of what we see was happening in the masculine space, because it's the difference between energetic gestures and offerings, right? The modality of effectively working through something in the condition of what we energetically need versus what we receive. So that experience or that modality, being able to identify, there's a lot of energy of feminine that is healing from, I feel like there's a lot of energy that is healing from unhealthy comparison, right? Because this is a lot of the feminine energy that understands that the toxicity of comparison is the modality that one holds the esteem of the self outside of the individuated person. Because when often trauma environments articulate upon, right, they often articulate upon what we're energetically, what like working through approval. And the thing you'll notice in a trauma environment is there's often conversations of approval, but an inability to effectively find approval. It's like chase the bouncing approval, right? You look all over for it, and yet nary is there any approval to be found. So for a lot of the energy of the feminine, recognizing, right? Recognizing the profound like absurdity of trying to work towards spaces that demand approval. Sometimes the observation of that occurring is what allows the feminine to effectively move away from circumstances or situations. And that is the amplification of the feminine taking care of the feminine self, right? Holding the feminine in a space by which they are holding themselves sacredly. Now, for a lot of that energy, that ability of identifying and working through experiences such as those, it can sometimes feel isolating, right? It can sometimes feel like one is moving through spaces or places of solitude. But what we effectively see and identify that's happening for a lot of that energy is that observation of, right, the work it takes to be able to find the self, right? That is the energetic stability that one finds as one is centering within the self. And I keep on seeing centering within the self is healthy so long, because when you center in the self, you become centrifugal, right? That allows you to be able to do something in a way that you've never done before. But it takes, it's like, I feel like a lot of that energy is going through the process of that, and there's a lot of work to be had there. But even in the space by which they're doing it, they're understanding and recognizing the force of their intention that is paving the way to the strengthening of the self in the process. Now that brings us to non-binary energy. And for a lot of the non-binary energy, what we were effectively seeing yesterday, and I need to describe this, there was a buoyancy that we were seeing in the unconscious of the non-binary, that it's like, it's not, it's the space by which one is able to effectively identify and know the self. And I feel like what's effectively happening there is working through the space of others, not allowing the space of others' confusion or others confusion or uncomfortability to effectively affect the inner world of the self. Because I have to stress this is a lot of the energy that is often felt, not the desire, right? I keep on hearing they've often felt the energetic fire of being outside of the status quo, right? The modality by which, like, these are often, I feel like this is energy that has kind of learned some of the lessons that we're seeing in some of these spaces long ago, right? Like they learned, I keep wondering, and working into that, what we effectively see is that for a lot of that energy, identifying or kind of building into the framework of understanding, like understanding something doesn't make it easier to go through, right? Like even the understanding of something does not make it easier, but I want to say it almost creates that space by which the energy is very quick to articulate. I keep on hearing the difference between defensive and defended, if that makes sense. Because the thing about it is, and this is what I keep on saying, there's nothing more dangerous than someone that is hyper defensive. Because often you have to understand the shape of trauma is not somebody trying to hurt another person, but someone having a false sense of what they need to be afraid of. This is energy that effectively learned that long ago, right? The shape of the atrocity that will often come towards you will come towards you in the face of another person that is not successfully calibrated between their actual fear, right? A logical fear or an unsound one, right? And this is why we do our shadow work. This is why we work to understand the self, because when we understand the self, then we understand the nature of our energetic fear. So that ability of, again, the hyperprotectiveness that is actually energetically dangerous, because what do you often see right before someone right into the context, like anytime you see something that's insular, it starts with over heightened sensitivity to feeling energetically protective, right? This is often why we have to be conscientious of that, because the insularity that becomes toxic starts with a hyper defensiveness or fear of things outside the self. That's why we see that this is energy that works very consistently on trying to be energetically vulnerable, because that vulnerability is the gift that we give both to ourselves and to the world around us, to prevent situations that create trauma in spaces by which unreasonable fears cause harm. That said, that was what was basically, and in the context of relationship, all of this has to do with the ability of understanding, and this is what we recognize, the hyper defensiveness is one of the things that we have to work to heal, right? Because often the space by which we feel, right, when we are hyper defensive, then we deface the face of our relationships. So we see that for a lot of the energy effectively doing that work, that ability of being able to navigate or work through circumstances, I keep on seeing granularly, a lot of this energy that we see right now are taking granular approaches to things to allow for the adaptability of healing in relationality to the conversations on experiences. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of relationships that are talking right now on subjects that they used to have an inability to talk about, but are getting more energetically comfortable in the space by which they're able to recognize that they are vulnerable about it, right? Vulnerable, not defensive. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with the focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this new energy we experienced. I finally want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for these reasons, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. The list is open. If you get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site, We read here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit, as well as love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added off of the hold list back onto the list, I just need to know the date that you were added to the hold list in order to do so. And I'll be happy to read the list. The list that we have right now: Erica, Ella, Claire, and Ava are all being read for before we start the Daily Collective. And Stella, you'll be the first person that we're reading once we complete the Daily Collective. If you've gotten on the list and I have not named you, please put the initial and the initial only of the place where you sent the donation, and I will confirm your placement on the list. Thank you. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. How are you doing today, Jordan? Welcome, Cherry and Katie. Trish, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the 6th person read for. Hi there, Denise. Thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you're joining us over on the Clock app. If you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1-card reads. Grand Rising, Siobhan. Good to see you as well today. Claire, good to see you. I've got you on the list. I'm doing well today, Siobhan. How are you doing? Excellent. Howdy, Avatar. I haven't read it, so I'm afraid I don't have an opinion upon it, dear. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate that. Very kind of you to say. I'm glad that you feel that way here, and thank you for being a part of this collective. Lovey, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Bridget? Yes, you can absolutely hop on the list from yesterday, Bridget. I got you here. Excellent. And we've got 4 more spots available today before the list will be closed. So if you're hoping to get a spot today, please make sure you get on the list sooner rather than later. Thank you for recharging your heart me's, and thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Yeah, that's what hurt more from another. Sending you support, Avatar. Oh, I'm glad you like the stack, Avatar. Yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's pretty cool, right? Absolutely. Feeling more grounded. I'm glad. I thought, here's the thing about it. I got to point out, the reason we might have felt a little bit rougher around the edges the last couple of days is I told you that this was sprint energy and the moon was in Taurus. So I want to describe the idea of having this energy that feels like a sprint with Taurus moon. Can almost feel like you're sprinting, carrying like a weight. Right? It's like you're trying to sprint, but it's like what you're carrying is so heavy, it makes it hard to move quickly. So the fact that we've got the moon in Gemini right now is going to be it's much more beneficial to having this many planets in Aries. Hi there, welcome. How are you doing today, Dandy? Oh, that's wonderful. Excellent. No, it's okay. Again, you'll never miss your reading here. So if you miss your reading, all you need to do is let me know the date that you were put on the list and we add you right back to it. Good to see you today. I've been feeling like I need to get everything done all at once today. That is more the inclination that we're going to feel right now with, I said, this many planets in Aries and Gemini. Like it moves. It's a lot more aligned, right? It feels a lot more inclined to the alignment that we're seeing with all the planets in Aries right now. What's wrong, Bridget? Why are you frowning? What happened? All right, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you want to get on the list is open. You don't like it. Oh, you don't like, I get that. I could see why you wouldn't like it with your energy. Because yeah, so like one of the things it might be, so one of the things that like make sure you're getting some iron today, right? Like anything that feels like it's grounding. If it feels like, yeah, I know I completely I can tell how this energy would make you feel. Like with your energetic signature, I can tell how this energy would make you feel anxious, right? Like I can get, like I can see it because it's very it's got a lot of air quality to it, you know? Okay, good. Yeah, like I said, like again, anything like that right now, like getting something hardy in yourself too would probably help. Just anything that'll help you anchor a little bit in it, you know? Yeah, like this type of energy, if you've got Taurus placements right now, I get it, right? Like it could potentially feel a little bit ungrounding. So just be conscientious of that. No, I totally understand it. I can tell. Yeah. All right, that's a funny thing too. Like when I start reading for people, I can feel into their energy. I'm like, oh yeah, I can. I'm like, I'm like, okay, this person, I actually mentioned this. I'm going to start doing this. I think I'm going to start getting books for everybody who reads here occasionally, so I can just kind of reach back into the book and see where we left things. I feel like that's what I need to do now. Yes, we're going to get started. We're doing that. We're going to start the reads right now. The first person, thank you, Claire, and good to see you. And Poison, thank you for the follow. Excellent. The first person we are reading, so we've got 4 individuals who have priority, who are going to be read for before we start the daily collective today. Ooh, yeah, that is a good. I mean, I'm like that is the best grounding practice. uh, all right, let's get to it. Erica is the first person. Yeah, but I need to point out that is actually grounding because it's pentacle energy. It's totally pentacle energy. So yeah. All right, let's get started. First person we're reading for today is Erica. Erica, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? And thank you for your patience on today's read. You'll be having an additional card in today's spread. And my friends, we're at 4.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Eggs help too. No, that makes sense. Ooh, we're doing a dream interpretation. We're starting today with the dream interpretation. I love it. Give me a minute. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? Or is it inside outside tea? I know, I got the coconut. Oh, I'm sorry. So for those who are new, whenever you send me information that's related to the read, it's either inside or outside tea, which means it's something that you just sent. If it's something that you just sent that you want me to read, then that would be inside tea. But if it's tea that you don't mind me sharing, then it becomes outside tea. So basically it means, are you comfortable with me reading what you sent out loud? Or would you prefer if I kept it, if I read it privately? It spins. I didn't know it did that. I mean, I should know because that's the way objects move, but okay, inside, I understand. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Oh my God, thank you, Avatar. Oh my God. I haven't seen that one yet. That was adorable. I kind of love them. All right, guys, I just need a moment. We've got an inside. We will still be employing the coconut. I just need a moment to read over the message before we start the dream interpretation. Ooh. Talk amongst yourselves. Just give me a minute. Yeah. Mm. Ooh. Hate that. Yeah, I get it. I understand. Got it. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. I got it, dear. It's a very emotional dream. There is a question that I have to ask in relationality to the dream before I start interpreting it, which is the mother when things went on lockdown, were they in the house with you or outside of the house? That's very relevant to the context of me being able to interpret this dream. So you were the only one within the house at that point, correct? Yeah, but when everything started shutting down, that was okay. All right, we've got a dream interpretation here, but you know what that means. Love it. All right, let's get to it. Can I get 4 cards, please? Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, it's a completion. It's an Akashic summary on the relationship, is the best way I can describe it, which is the understanding. The guides are, it's a guide dream to effectively show you what was happening in relationality, to what worked and what did not work in terms of the aspiration, how good the dream could, how good the relationship could have been versus what was in your ability to fix versus what was outside of your ability to fix. And I would not be surprised if the reason the guides are showing you this is because you put too much blame on yourself in terms of what happened. Okay, so I'm going to do my best to keep this amorphous, even though I have to describe the dream itself as I'm doing the reading. So you'll have to forgive me if there's moments by which I have to reveal aspects of the dream, but I'll try to use discernment and discretion as I do so. The space by which the individual allowed you into their home had to do with the relationship itself. Because when we build into relationship, we have an investiture of intimacy, right? So we allow people into places that we typically would not allow them to be in, right? And this is effectively the amplification of how you felt in relationship to them. Now, I don't know if they actually had fish in real life. I would guess they don't. But the fact that you potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if when you were in a relationship with this person, people often articulated and said, I don't see why, I don't understand what you see in this person by which you're so riveted by them. Because the identification of you talking about all of these exotic fish tanks inside their house is often the idea that you can't judge a book by its cover, right? That the ideas or the way that their mind worked was effectively what effectively compelled and intrigued you. I wouldn't be surprised if you're someone who's very sapio, who potentially doesn't have the ability to build into intimacy, you potentially don't find aesthetic beauty all that appealing, but rather you fall in love when you understand the workings of another person's mind. Which is why we see that you describe that not only were there fish tanks in there, but there were exotic fish. There were strange, beautiful creatures in that space. However, the modality by which we already start to see one of the problems in this relationship, in the context to the delight that you had, in the fact that you were able to discover that a friend was there, and a friend was not only allowed in the house as you were left to watch the fish, because this is an aspirational dream. I would not be surprised if this was a type of relationship by which this person was constantly crossing your boundaries, coming into your life in any way, shape, or form they pleased, but was very strict about how you could be a part of theirs. I wouldn't even be surprised if this was someone who had a tendency of not introducing you to their friends or their family, which is why we see that the wish fulfillment of this dream was not just the fact that you were in relationship, which you clearly were, but the fact that you didn't feel the need to keep the relationship an open secret, right? Which is the modality by which everyone in your life knew there was a relationship, but it felt like you were effectively in a fish tank in theirs, right? Because this is showing you the ability of someone who has a keen desire to compartmentalize, because that's also what we identify when we see the symbology of the fish tanks in another person's house of self, right? The over compartmentalization by which you didn't feel that their life was as open to you as much as they demanded yours be open to them. That's impossible. There's going to be missteps because there's no way that you can be in a space by which everybody knows about them in your life, but it feels like there's spaces in their life which is off limits, which is the observation of the allegory of you discovering the spiky insect, right? Which is and again, I have to point out, it wasn't a spiky insect, it was a sea urchin, right? It was something that was covered, like a ball covered with spikes. So the thing with the sea urchin is you can't pick it up properly. Sea urchins are very dangerous. It's very logical that when you tried to pick up a sea urchin, you immediately had to drop it because sea urchins are poisonous. So the modality by which not only did this person leave you in their house, but they left you in their house with dangerous things that without any knowledge or any preparation for how to handle them. I would not be surprised if this relationship often put you in very difficult, complicated situations in relationality to what you felt like you could express versus what another person was trying to potentially not say to you, but would get upset if they found out that you spoke about, which is why we see that inevitably, right, a situation like that, it's inevitable that the sea urchin that the person is trying to get you to hold, you're going to drop it because sea urchins are poisonous. They hurt. They actually leave their stingers in you. So it's reasonable that it would drop into a space and then all the other fish attacking it, right? The modality by which you potentially created a problem in their life because you were living a relationship with them that was open, right? Not feeling the need to have to hide anything, but the modality by which others were potentially picking up on what was going on in their life, right? And then yelling at them about it, and then that person potentially making you feel like you are responsible for the flack they were getting on something that should have never been a secret in the first place. So this is talking about the energetic complication. And that's why you started crying and stared, right, when you said it was gone. And I need to point this out as well, because you articulated the fact that when you did so, all that was left, right, all that was left with that sea urchin once it fell in the fish tank was a carcass, right, because all of the other fish saw it as threat. And so this would probably be the modality by which I wouldn't be surprised if you also had friends that were warning to you about the toxicity of the relationship in the space by which another person potentially articulated to you the fact that you couldn't be open about it. We then see, right, you identified that you said that when all of that was said and gone, you sat there and you felt energetically defeated. So it potentially felt like a situation by which you were potentially trying to defend a relationship that others were effectively warning you against, and then the relationship abandoned you, which potentially led to a situation by which you yourself felt like you lost friends in the act of trying to defend a relationship that ultimately ended up being as toxic as they predicated or predicted it to be, which is the modality by which you then saw the individual step finally at that moment stepping through, because it's the observation of the guides showing you how easy it could have been for that person to energetically heal it, right? Even after all of that, even after everything you went through in the space by which they put you in an awful situation by which you were hurting, and then even in the space by which you were trying to protect something, right? Not only from yourself, but from your friends who were warning you against it, it felt like it energetically abandoned you. All it would have taken for another person to heal it, right? And this is the clarification of the boundary issue, not them showing up to yours, but finally letting you into theirs, which is the modality of them introducing you to their mother, right? Because that would have been the healed boundary, because that would have been them actually allowing you in by being able to articulate to others who you were and what they meant, what you meant to them. And that's why you saw on the mother a blue jay feather. Now here's the thing about it. In the space by which you saw the blue jay feather, and you even said a blue jay all excited, was due to the fact that you have to understand that the space of blue, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if this was someone who was often telling you what others were saying about you, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this was a situation by which someone would not introduce you to someone, but was perpetually telling you about the fact that they were talking about you to another person. Now, the truth is, if they articulated the fact that they were telling you about them to that person, they were probably not telling the truth. And that is potentially seen with a blue jay, because a blue jay is effectively a rare bird. And the modality by which the color of the blue, I wouldn't be surprised if you started to put together that some of the things that they were telling you in relationality to the stories or the conversations they were having with people in their life, you started to wonder if they were real or if they were just stories. Because the modality by which you meet this individual, right? And the fact that the feather on the fact that they're wearing the blue feather of the blue jay would be the modality by which you could tell if those stories were true, right? If all of the good things or all of the things that that person said that that person was saying about you, even having not met you, were actually coming to pass in the modality of what they shared, right? The similarity of the story versus meeting the person versus what you expected was potentially occurring, was the fact that everything that they were articulating that they were saying about them was actually fallacy to make you feel more involved in their life in a space by which they were keeping you an energetic secret. You then said that you went back to the house, and you said that was why you saw the energy was warm and protective, because that was effectively the guides. These are your guides that are showing you, your angelic guides that are showing you how easy it would have been for someone to heal everything. Right? This is all this person would have had to do, so long as those stories they were telling you were true. But you said you went back inside the house, because that observation and that recognition of that is why you saw that the house went on lockdown, right? Because the modality by which, instead of doing this, we're now seeing the reality of what was happening. We're coming back into the space by which you said that all of the doors and windows started to close and you were on lockdown. And I will point out, right? You're in their house. You're in their house with their things. So it's the observation of the fact that, and they were outside of the house, and so was their mother. So the observation of them locking you into their house was the observation of them treating you like an object, right? And an object you don't introduce to others. An object you protect. An object you protect so nobody can see it, right? So this is identifying what was actually happening as opposed to what you desired to happen, which is the modality by which another person, and these are the guides showing you, it would have never healed, because the modality by which the house went on lockdown, and here's the thing about it, you felt You felt that that was something by which you were trying to hold the door to let them in. They had access to come in. It was their house. They can put the house on lockdown. They're the ones that put the house on lockdown. So even in the modality by which another person was treating you like a possession, you were holding empathy for them, failing to see or observe the fact, or potentially recognizing, right? And that was the moment by which you recognized the relationship crashed. Because why did you see that the houses were coming down? Because you said that they were outside on bicycles, which are other relationships, right? Somebody they claimed was a friend. But if it was a friend, why are they not letting you go meet them? Why are they putting the house on lockdown and then trying to hide you, right? Putting your back to the door as they're talking to another person, right? The feminine energy that you articulated that they said was just a friend. Not reasonable. Doesn't make any sense. Why would you put the house on lockdown if there's nothing to energetically fear there? And you articulated that you said that that in that space, you identified that the girl they were speaking to and they rode by was the current partner. So the observation of someone who you couldn't trust what they said, because clearly the nature of the relationships that they articulated were very different, which is bringing us back to the falsity as it relates to what they were potentially saying about what they were saying to you about what they were saying about their mother to you. And then you said that the past partner held their breath and the dream slowed to a stop. They turned to look back at you and you were fading away because that was you recognizing what was happening. And once you see that, how could you stay? Once you see another person's ability to try to hide you from someone that they claim is harmless, how could you possibly stay? Because it's the observation, and that was the book that you stuck in the door. The book was actually making it impossible for you to have the relationship, because the book was the information that you had surmised from an experience like that. And that's why you said you opened your eyes and felt overwhelming sadness. The interpretation of the dream is such that this is the Akashic this is actually the Akashic book on the relationship. So the book that you actually stuck in the door was the Akashic record on it. And the modality by which they're showing it to you is giving you the guide's observation of what occurred to help you release any feelings of blame in terms of being patient. You can't be patient in a situation like that. It's only going to worsen. And the observation of the guides showing you how easy it could have been to heal it in terms of someone introducing you to someone, but instead trying to lock down is showing the tendency of what you cannot heal outside of it. That was not your responsibility. But the modality by which you tried was articulated in the space that even as this was happening, you kept on being energetically patient. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the guides are effectively, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a past life relationship with this person, because often when we have karmic energy with individuals like this, it's the space by which we give someone the opportunity to try to do something better than the experience by which we recently encountered them. This is a modality of someone who, again, the compartmentalization is destroying their ability to have relationships. Their compartmentalization is the detriment of partnership. They're too afraid to let someone in fully, which is why they compartmentalize. And the guide showing you that is helping you understand that's not something you can heal in another person. That's something that you're healing from. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list to be read for once we complete the daily collective, I have 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 12.3K likes over on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. No, we haven't done the collective yet, Siobhan. So we do first priority for anyone who gets on the list before the live begins. So we have 3 more individuals who are on who had priority before we get started on the daily collective. Got it. It was on the top of my head again. Oh, it's clapping for her. Uh-oh. I know I love that emoji combo. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. And guys, we are doing our contest right now for the highest gifter will be getting a free reading. Avatar, you're currently in the lead with 467. Oh, I'm going to oh no with you because I trust your judgments. And oh, thank you, dear. They stayed outside. No one ever came inside except for my friends. You're right. You can't describe the dream outside. It's totally okay. Yep. Thank you. Absolutely. And thank you for the follow, Hiking. He told me I was too guarded. Clearly not. How are you, like, again, like, in what context in that dream do we see you guarded? Guarding is reciprocal, right? If another person, one person can't be guarded and then be upset that another person's guarded, right? Like another person being guarded makes us have our guard up. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Glow, thank you for the follow. Geraldine, thank you for the follow. Oh, I'm so glad that you were, thank you so much for connecting with this read as well. And Matthias, thank you for reposting. I know, full body chills. You're so welcome, dear. And again, I hope that helps you. And it feels to me like, it's saying to me like the modality by which it's coming to you is to help you understand that that cycle is closed. But I feel like, and I want to point out, a dream like this is the guide showing you like that if it's closing, it's not in your capacity to change. It was their responsibility to be able to understand and recognize what they needed to do in order to come back towards you. Hold on a minute. So cool. I had a feeling that book was related to the Akashic. Thank you for confirmation on it. Absolutely. Well, the book that was all, like, the dream was in the book. That was the whole summary of it. And Renelle, thank you for the follow. Mimi, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, dear. Queen, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Nicole. Lakshmi, thank you for the follow. All right, friends, we're going to continue right now. We're doing the readings. For anybody joining us, we're doing the readings that had priority prior to beginning the daily collective. The next person on the list for today is, I'm seeing if Ella's here. Ella, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? I know we spoke about potentially moving that into a private too. So if you want to continue that conversation on moving it to a private, just let me know. Second call for Ella. Second call for Ella. If Ella is not here, the next person on the list for today is Claire. Grand Rising, good vibes. Good to see you, dear. Claire, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, I've got 4 spots left today before the list will be closed. 4 spots. And for anybody else, we are going to be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Oh, bon compleanno, good vibes. So glad to be able to see you. I hope you have a beautiful one. Okay, second call for Ella or Claire. If Ella or Claire are not here, then the next person on the list for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. So diary in relation out, so I need to tell you in terms of the way that I do dream interpretations, I am not someone who believes that there are solid interpretations for every symbol. You can't judge a symbol by its cover. You have to look at the symbol in context to the dream. So for instance, there could be snakes showing up in the space of dreams that, depending on the person, if that person has a fear of snakes, then we're navigating unaddressed fears. We could also see the modality by which snakes could articulate on transformation. This is why I'm not a big fan or follower in terms of encouraging people to move towards dream interpretation books, because it's an attenuated situation that's required to be able to recognize depending on the context that we see the symbol in. So I hope that helps in terms of my opinion on it. How you doing, Adam? Hope you're having a beautiful day. And Ava, it's on the disco. Good to see you, dear. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment, please. And if anybody else would like to get on the list, as I mentioned today, friends, we've only got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. We do here highest messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. We've got some inside tea here. So before we begin, I do have to take a moment to read, but while we do so, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Diary, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. I got you, dear. And thank you, Pamela, for getting on the list. Excellent. And I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Then Ski, thank you for the follow. And okay, perfect. I've got you, Ava. Can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. 2 more. And 1 more. So I feel like a lot of this reading, it feels like it's a conversation with your higher self that I'm seeing here. And I feel like the important thing that we're identifying is, and I want to kind of like, I feel like one of the things I'm seeing that's really important in terms of the connection or the work that you're building into and connecting with the higher self is, and I feel like this is like the conversation I'm getting is a question, which is, why do you not feel that you are in the space of your higher self now? Right? That is effectively, like, that is what I'm effectively seeing, which is the modality of effectively, I feel like the important thing that I'm identifying here is not into the context of reaching so much as energetically embodying, right? Because I want you to understand, you can never lose your higher self. Your higher self, you are your higher self. And when we understand, and the thing about it is, often the space by which we don't feel our energetic best, like that is where, like, that is the first place that we address. Because, and I want to describe this, like, I feel like it's interesting too, because I see, firstly, I feel like I see you being very, very highly sensitive. And I keep on hearing, like, you've got to give yourself a little bit of leeway, because the hard part is, empaths have to spend a ridiculous amount of time here recovering from the fact that there's nothing energetically wrong with them. Because the modality by which, right, like, I feel like I see a lot of experiences that you've been placed in with energy that's not as highly sensitive as you. And often in the space by which one is having to navigate energy that is not in the same vibrational state as us, it can do a number. It can do a number on our systems, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like there's a lot of that Like, I feel like there's a lot of that work that I keep on seeing, and especially like it's like I'm trying to read into this, but it's becoming very much a mind-body reading. But it's the separation point or the anxiety of connecting to the higher self that I feel like, and I want to describe this too, because I want to talk about this because, and I feel like there's like a little bit of like I want to describe this, and I feel like it's a wound that you kind of carried into this experience, and the keep on getting, um, it's giving me the vibration of someone that's being called into a classroom and another person being like, and like when you hear your name called, the first thing that you think is, am I in trouble? Is what I'm There's some kind of energy here, and I can tell it's from the past life because it's the observation of like I keep on hearing the first reaction, like the first reaction of hearing your name called, you being like, what did I do? It's giving me a lot. It's giving me a lot of that type of energy. Um, so I want you to be conscientious about that. Is what I'm seeing, because I keep on getting sometimes your higher self is just going to call your name because they love to hear your name. It's going to be the space by which they want to tell you how much they care about you. And I feel like this is a little bit of this is some I told you this is some of that past life wound that was carried, that I feel like you've been carrying through right now. And I want to describe, and I feel like, and again, this is whenever I start reading into you, I just keep on seeing a past life where you had a tendency of moving into an ecstatic state and somebody continually slapping your hand every time you try to do so, being like, none of that here, right? Like none. I keep on getting a lot of this type of energy, which says like cut that out, or I keep on seeing someone saying like you're doing it again, which is the modality of you finding and recognizing that you can embody a state of joy as you're moving towards the pathwork of the higher self. Now, I feel like it's hard because I keep on seeing that the hard part about this is I feel like you've got a little bit of a Goldilocks effect that's happening in relationality to some of the work I see that you were doing in the past life, which felt very, I keep on getting like the past life, and I know that I keep on talking a lot about the past life here, but I feel like it needs to come up because this past life feels like it's very close to you. Some kind of very rigid, firm past life that told you that you really had to, like, I keep on hearing like that you had to work really hard to connect with the higher self, right? Like the reward for connecting really, like I keep on hearing the reward for restriction is what I keep on getting. The reward for restriction of the self is connection to the higher self is what I keep on getting. Like somebody who kept on trying to like hammer that into you, like the reward for the restriction is the connection to the higher self, and you literally leading a life by what you said, it feels like it was just restriction, right? And so I feel like I want you, I feel like the thing that I keep on getting when I'm connecting for you is making sure that you're prioritizing your joy, right? Give joy a chance. And I need to point this out because, and I keep on seeing this, I keep on hearing, joy is not vice, right? Joy is not vice, because the modality by which, the modal when one becomes drunk on joy, it becomes delirium, right? When one becomes drunk on joy, when one is only doing something for the joy of it, it becomes delirium. But when one holds joy with a sense of purpose, then that can often bring us, I feel like that is effectively the instrument that's going to move you closer to your higher self right now. And I feel like that's what I would write down. How can I move towards my purpose, but not abandon joy in the process, right? The integration of those 2 points that are going to allow you to effectively do something as effectively as possible. Bottom of the deck. And this is why, like, I know you get frustrated at me reading for you because I keep on bringing up this past life. But the hard part is I can see when I'm reading for you, I can see why there might be an issue in relationality to having to work through the conduit of understanding that one can have purpose and joy, because I just keep on getting a past life that feels very close to you, by which you are moving towards purpose, and it was literally your job, right? I keep on hearing it was literally your job in a past life when you saw energy having too much joy, being like you're not connecting to the higher self. You're bringing too much joy into something, right? It's something that it's giving me like a lot of this serious energy. Like, you have to be serious is what I keep on getting. Serious, right? And so I feel like that's what's hard about it, because I feel like there's almost like there's some of these remnants of that still exist within you. And I need to point out, joy can also be reverent, right? Our joy is blessed when our joy is energetically reverent. So make sure that you hold that, because I feel like, and I keep on seeing, right? Every time you try harder, I want you to try softer, right? Like every time you catch yourself trying harder, I want you to be like, I need to try softer, which means try to bring the love into it. Because I'm telling you right now, like the higher self is trying to communicate to you from a vibration of love. Not keep on hearing, they're trying to communicate you from a point of love, not energetic restriction. Right? And that modality, I feel like, is going to help you through a lot of those, like a lot of those experiences that I feel keep coming up. And I keep on hearing this too. Remember, whenever you hear someone referring to you in the you form in your head, that's the trauma talking. You can listen to it, because often you can listen to it, but don't absorb it. Because sometimes listening to the shape of the trauma in your head helps you understand how to overcome it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for here: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing, official? Let's see here. And thank you again for having that reading with me, Ava. To join the list, or Earth Angel, all you do is send the donation payment via my tree that is Binkson at Mylayo. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. You're so welcome, dear. And I want to I want you to make sure, if you're doing a lot of meditation right now, I want you to start writing down what the blockage feels like. And I also want you to ask yourself why you perceive it as a blockage. What would be the ideal, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you. Hi there, Wild. Oh, I haven't seen you in a hot minute either. Welcome back. Okay. Grand Rising Moon. Excellent. Guys, just a reminder not to message strange people offering strange things. Okay, thank you. Make sure you're being safe out there. All right, let's continue right now. And Moon, thank you for those gifts. All right, Grand Rising, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for today is a second call before we get started on today's daily collective. I'm still looking for those who have priority before we get started on the collective, which is specifically Ella or Claire. Ella or Claire, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? And let me know if you would like a general or if you have a specific question. If not, we're going to move into our daily collective for today. Please remember, before we start the daily collective, we've got two different giveaways that we're doing right now. We're doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm also going to be gifting a reading between now and the end of the daily collective to the highest gifter. So, oh, wonderful, Ella. I appreciate you. Great. Just let me know what time you'd like to do that tonight. I believe I've got availability at about 8 p.m. Just let me know. Excellent. I've got you, Stella, you are going to be read for as soon as we complete the daily collective. Okay. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay, let's get started. Before we do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. And just a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is Binks in it, my Lio. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Oh, Claire's back. Okay, wait, guys. Okay, never mind. Claire, it's entirely up to you. You got on the list before we got started on the daily collective. So if you'd like your reading now, I'm happy to offer it to you before we get started. It's just let me know. 8 p.m. Perfect. Okay, that's great. Do I have can you please give me your email address and I will send you the invite? Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I hope you had a beautiful birthday yesterday. Okay, you said you're wait. Okay, Claire's going to wait. Perfect. Okay, great. That said, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Do you have to write up the dream, Claire? If you need time to write up the dream, I'm happy to do it. You'll be the first person we read after we complete the daily collective. It's 8 p.m. Eastern, so I believe that would be 7 p.m. your time. Oh my God, I love that. Thank you for that. I've never seen the melon juice before. How are you doing? I know everybody wants the coconut. Claire, just let me know. If you have the dream now, I can read for it. If you need to write, oh, she posted it? Okay, we'll do it now then. I know everybody just wants, I know you guys want the dream. I know, I get it. I get it. I understand. Hold on. Where'd you post it, dear? Bum, bum. Oh my gosh, of course, like a million windows open. Boop, 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 boop. It's in the disco. Perfect. I found the disco. Okay. All right, and just a reminder to anyone joining us, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, all you need to do is put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Claire, is this inside tea or outside tea? I almost dropped all the cards. Outside is fine. Excellent. Everybody get some tea. All right, I've got the dream coconut. Okay. Okay. It's icy. All right. I had a dream last night. I want a reading on, thank you for the gift, but I think it might be related to a past dream too, so I'll mention that one first. Months ago, I had a dream where I was walking around and I saw a lot of different feathers, which I counted 17 of. After I woke, I felt like the meaning had some sort of tie to the star card in tarot and a message related to my person, but I never figured it out. Yesterday, I've been thinking about this person a lot from an energy of acceptance and surrender, and I'm not totally sure if that's related to this dream. But I did think about them in the dream state, I was in last night. And last night in my dream, I was walking up the sidewalk in my neighborhood, which was actually the last place I saw him. And a man that looked like him from behind, with a bright green shirt on, was walking in front of me. And I noticed he had something on his back. And when I looked closer, it was a large white feather stuck to his back. In the dream, I had the lucid thought of wondering if that was a message about this person. And then in the dream, I kept walking. I was walking over the soil now, and I noticed a feather on the ground. I was excited to see another, and then suddenly, everywhere I looked, there were feathers on the ground around my feet, and further out of all different sizes and colors. Can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. So the dream, before we get started on the present dream, we need to get started on the past dream. And I wouldn't be surprised if you had that dream at a time that you recognized that you had to part ways with someone. Because effectively, in the observation of the dream was giving you indications of what was energetically occurring between you and them. I wouldn't be surprised if they had started to, in your opinion, stray off of their path. Because the modality by which you said, and I need to point this out, it's really important to notate that you said that the dream was about, you knew that this dream was about this individual, but you didn't see them at all. All you saw were feathers in connection to them. And you bore the connection or the connotation or the strong attenuation to a connection to the dream and the star card. Because effectively what we identify that's happening in the dream space was the observation of you having a dream of someone losing their feathers, which is the observation of potentially all of the things that you potentially saw in another person that you potentially felt was their ideals, was potentially something that you were recognizing or something that was happening in their life that you felt you were watching them stray from their own ideals and value systems. Now, there are a lot of different reasons by which that can happen, or the space by which another person energetically disappointed you profoundly by a choice that you felt was not one that was done with a consideration of yourself in connection to them. The potentiality of feeling the sense of having fallen out of divine union with another person would be the observation of someone making a choice without consideration for us, but something that felt that it served specifically their own needs or their own desires without consideration to your own thoughts or feelings. And that's why you woke up. Potentially it's a grieving dream, right? And 17, the number that you're effectively associating on the 17, I want to just show you because I've got it here. I mean, 17 is effectively the number of the star card. So it's the observation of the fact that it felt like someone departed. It's the observation of you recognizing that you identified that you had effectively fallen out of union with someone, and further, the fact that one day they were going to potentially deeply energetically regret it, right? Because I wouldn't be surprised if it was a feeling that they didn't tell you something out of fear that you would have perfectly been fine with so long as they had been honest about it, right? Because that is the openness that is energetically required in order to navigate and maintain a healthy divine union partnership. Now, You can't effectively attenuate on another person's choices. I wouldn't be surprised if that was something that happened to you. However, you said you were thinking about that person a lot, and you said from the energy of acceptance and surrender, and you said you're not really sure if it was related to the dream, but you did say you think you thought about them, and then you had a dream, right, that night, that you said you were walking in down up the sidewalk in your neighborhood, which was actually the last place you saw them, and you saw a man that looked like them from behind wearing a bright green shirt and was walking in front of you, and you noticed that they had something on their back. And you looked closer, and you noticed that there was a large white feather that was sticking to their back. Now you said in the dream you had a lucid thought of wondering if that was a message about this person, and it was. And you kept walking, and you were walking over the soil, and you noticed a feather on the ground. And you said you were excited to see another, and then suddenly everywhere you looked there were feathers all over the ground and around your feet, and further out of all different sizes and colors. Now the hard part that we recognize, and I want to point it out, there are those that say that we do anything for love, but that's not true. When we truly care about someone, we can't stand by them if they're making choices that we ourselves know are not best for them. And I would not be surprised if there was a situation or circumstance by which you had to move away from someone and say, I'm doing this out of profound love. The choice that I make today is not done because I don't care about you. In fact, I'm doing it because I care about you so much. I can't bear to see you making the choices that you're making, right? And that would be the observation of effectively the work that you saw with the star card and the number 17, right? The ability of saying, I hope one day they understand and recognize that the choice that you made was not to hurt them, but was out of a profound amount of love for them. And the observation of you seeing them in the dream space wearing a green jacket with a feather on it is effectively Spirit's confirmation of someone that is learning and growing from that experience, right? The observation of saying that you created the conditions by which another person could fully absorb the lesson that Spirit was effectively working towards. And it's not, and here's the thing that's important about that. It's not about whether it will happen or not, but it's the observation of Spirit that says that Spirit recognizes that that was your energetic intention, and that you, and that's often sometimes the best that we can do in the space of love. We can't control what will happen, but we can control the energetic landscape. We can plant the soil for another person to move towards their best intentions. So that's why you saw both the green jacket with that individual on the feather, because that's Spirit saying Spirit sees you. They understand how hard that choice it was to move away from that person, but they also understand that you created the conditions by which they can heal by making that choice out of love, even if it hurt you in the process. And that's why Spirit gave you, one of the greatest gifts you can see from Spirit is a carpet of feathers before you in all different colors, because that is effectively Spirit saying that they're energetically celebrating you, that you're being celebrated in spirit for the choice that you made, because it allows the ability of another to effectively move back onto their highest path work. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like again, with the Fool card in its reversal, this is sometimes the hardest point that we experience in relationality to working through the experiences of another, right? We can't be in a space we can care about. Like sometimes we recognize that we can energetically care about someone, but we can't be in the modality or the experience of standing by them if we see that they're doing things that we don't feel are speaking towards their highest self. So the observation of effectively recognizing this is Spirit basically saying to you that your work there has effectively been done in the space by which you've given someone the opportunity to heal and grow, potentially not, like I keep on hearing, not by building into the context of hard feelings, but the observation of energetically letting something go, specifically with the care of intention that that person would potentially grow into a better place for it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 16.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Joseph, I'm sorry if this is triggering a shadow that you're in. Again, clearly you're here for a reason. And the space by which you're feeling energetically triggered, I'm sorry if this is something very akin to something that you yourself experienced. You're welcome to stay, but I have a very clear rule. You have to be kind to everyone here, including myself. Same, the only rule I hold. So if you'd like an opportunity to leave, you could be anywhere right now, but you're making the choice to be here. And again, I hope that this message helps you as well in whatever you're going through too. How you doing today, Logan? Blessings to you as well. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Avatar. And thank you for sharing the live, Minnie. Thank you as well, Melissa. Good day to you too, twins. I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings. We're going to get started on the collective in just a few minutes, but if you want to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, when we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Genuinely crying, it resonated so much. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. I know it was a painful choice. It was clearly a really, really difficult choice to make, but this is Spirit articulating to you and saying that they understand how hard it was, and they're celebrating you for it. Hi there, Jay. Thank you for getting on the list. I've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. Excellent. All right, perfect. Oh, thank you, Zini. I do my best. I mean, it's a beautiful dream to read. You know, it's a straight message from their guides. How you doing today, Jenna? Thank you for getting on the list. I've got you as well. And anybody else who's interested in getting on the list today, I have only 2 spots left before the list will be closed. So we just completed the reads of individuals who got on the list before the Daily Collective started. Everyone who gets on the list before the Daily Collective, before I go live, is always entitled to be read for before we start the Daily Collective. So we're going to get started on the Daily Collective now. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. But before we get started, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And just a reminder, friends, before we begin, we've got 2 giveaways that are occurring right now. The first reading giveaway is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective. So if you would like to secure one of those final spots today, all I need you to do is send that donation and you'll be added to the list. The 2 giveaways we're doing today are a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. And the other reading giveaway is for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. Currently, that spot is held by Melissa. Thank you, Melissa, for those gifts. You are at 1.1K. Deeply appreciate you. That said, friends, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And that said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your Daily Collective read for today, Monday, March 23rd, 2026. We are going to be starting our day off today with a harmonic energy update. We're going to be drawing the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread. First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are, we've got the 8 of Swords in its upright in combination with our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. So the nice thing about this energy right now, I'm just going to point out, there are no planets in retrograde. Okay. It's very good, which is good, but I need to point out, can be a little bit anxiety inducing if you have a tendency of experiencing energy or carrying a lot of anxiety towards it. We have a lot of planets that are currently in Aries. And the thing I want to describe about it is when we have a lot of planets in Aries, it can create the equivalent of sprint energy. So feeling a lot of those bursts of energy to a certain extent, like a little bit of that. The one thing that's effectively potentially working to counterbalance that a little bit is the fact that we've got Mars and Mercury that are in Pisces, because it's working into the context of recognizing and identifying the force of our feelings, but being able to put the force of our feelings into spaces of places in relationality to our own energetic intention. Now, one of the things I want to talk about that we've been seeing that's happening right now, and again, a lot of it has to do with the fact that we've been experiencing a majority of this year with Jupiter retrograde in Cancer. Now, in a way, and this is just to show you that a planet in retrograde is not necessarily integrally detrimental. Sometimes things are easier when they're in retrograde. Like Jupiter in retrograde in Cancer can sometimes feel a little bit more like being in hermit mode, right? It's working into the deep digging that we do within ourselves to understand and recognize things from a better context. Now, the positive about this, if you've been doing this work effectively, I wouldn't be surprised if you're getting more comfortable being vulnerable about things, right? There's something about that vulnerability that feels like a point of energetic strength. And I too do think for a certain extent that what we're effectively seeing right now is the healing of Aries energy, because it's the observation of what it means to be a warrior versus warlike. Warrior energy is not warlike, and there's often the misconception that Aries energy is warlike. Aries energy has never been warlike, because warlike indicates the need to prove strength by seeking out volatility. That's what warlike energy does. Aries is energetically strong. And energy that's strong is actually trying frequently to be a steward of their strength and working on delicacy. So I would not be surprised right now for a lot of these energies that are in solitude, and specifically talking about the energies in solitude right now, we're talking about the relationships that are coming into formation between the time that we recently experienced of the Capricorn new moon that we had occur in January up until the present. We see that this is a lot of either energy in solitude that is working on energetic gratitude. And why do we see the energy in solitude that is working on gratitude? Because the energy in solitude working on gratitude is being able to articulate and amplify the space by which they're able to see or recognize their own energetic progress and things. Now, the modality that's difficult about this, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some energy right now in solitude that are healing from trauma environments, because the observation of recognizing and identifying the ability to be vulnerable, understanding, one of the hardest things to recognize when we're working to heal is the modality by which we're working to cultivate something within us, and another person articulates that is an energetic problem, then it's often the recognition of working through something that helps us identify alignment. Specifically and particularly because I just keep on seeing, and this has been coming up a bit, that the difference between another person walking away from a situation and another person amplifying to them that they feel abandoned because they would not wait for them to be ready is the same exact sound as someone saying, you have to, like refusing to say that they're hesitant, right? the observation of hesitancy is often masked by another person that gets angry at another person for not waiting. And so the modality by which we understand and recognize that work is the adaptability by which we're able to amplify and attenuate to the progress that we put towards things. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, what's effectively happening right now is the ability to discern between hesitant situations and patient situations, right? And what is the difference that you can often demarcate? What can you usually utilize to be able to tell the difference between hesitancy and patience? Patience is always able to make progress, right? Patience is not hesitancy, because patience is perpetually progressing. Hesitancy is often reactive, right? It's the modality by which another person, like I keep on hearing, it's the hesitancy paradox, where another person is hesitant and then another person gets irritated. And now a person says, you know what you get for being irritated? I'm going to give you more hesitancy, right? It's the hesitancy that is created by creating like hesitant energy that often creates the space of negligence, right? The modality by which hesitant energy articulates negligence that gets another person energetically irate. And then in the modality by which another person's irate, another person articulates upon the fact that their anger is the reason for the hesitancy. And so then they hesitate even more, right? So it's the understanding of the situations by which another person is creating hesitancy, right? It's the energy that basically is now able to see situations by which they may have been in the past, where by which another person was basically conjuring hesitancy, right? Conjuring more hesitancy in the space of another getting irritated, that then allows them to have more hesitancy. So that stagnation point is effectively being energetically healed with the observation of energetic progress. That is effectively the ability to understand patience in terms of energetic, the space by which we see energy that has a lot happening, and the space by which something that is big, that moves slowly, right? So there's a lot of that, like these two cards together are very intriguing, because this is basically the ability to perceive the difference between, right? The difference between perpetual hesitancy and slow, healthy progress, right? And I got to just stress this, the fact that we've got these many planets in Aries and we're doing this type of work, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, that's what I meant about this being very healing for Aries placements right now. Continuing to get clarification, we're going to move into the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. These are effectively those moon relationships. And for the purposes of our reading, the moon relationships were the relationship cycles that were happening between the time of the Capricorn new moon that we experienced in January up until Uranus stationing retrograde that was occurring in September. Can I get one card to clarify? Center card for today's spread. Judgment card in its reversal. So we like to see that the Judgment card in its reversal is really beautiful in the context of the moon relationships, because I think what if you've been tuning in, then you understand that what we effectively see that's happening with a lot of these moon relationships right now is the observation. There is effectively, and I keep on getting, there's a perceptual there is a perceptual clarification point that's happening right now for a lot of these relationships, because everything about these moon relationships, there's a deep sense of purpose there, right? There was the observation of a deep sense of purpose. And these relationships, these individuals that came into relationship during that time, I keep on seeing they had abandoned the hope of finding relationship because of their purpose. That they'd often been going through, I keep on hearing, they were going through the issue of navigating they were navigating the centrifugal force of their purpose. And the reason I need to describe the centrifugal, they were trying to navigate the centrifugal purpose, the centrifugal force of their purpose, because they were healing from a situation by which the same purpose, right, the same purpose that drove another person towards them, right, what another person identified from being outside of relationship, that they held to a high esteem in another. They then articulated that they hated once they were in the relationship, right? The centrifugal force of having purpose, by which another person articulates the enamoring of another's purpose, but then effectively the space by which another person asks one to abandon the purpose in order to perpetuate partnership. And so for a lot of these relationships, having to experience situations, I even see not just once, but maybe on several occasions, by which they had to move away from a relationship because the relationship said it's either your purpose or me, right? The modality by which another person created a false sense of choice. This is now they're now in a space by which the relationship is not seeing purpose as as third party, right? They're building into a relationship that can hold one in all of their facets, and that ability is allowing for a massive expansion, but it's also changing the perception of the past in relationality to what it is that they were healing from, recognizing the lack of integrity in those experiences by which another person's yeses didn't stay yeses, or their no's didn't stay no's. So we see, it's like I keep on saying, it's a lot of feelings that are coming up, and immediately healing, right? Immediately healing in the space of them rising, right? It's like they go down and then it's like down and then up again, down and then up again. It's like immediately like the understanding and then the upsweep and being like, it's okay. So there's a lot of that type of energy there. But even in the space by which that energy is there, I keep on seeing it's like they're finding a renewed sense of buoyancy in relationality to being able to understand the value of the relationship that they're in that is giving them that clarity. Now, this brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. Fourth and fifth cards of our 5-card spread. We have here the Page of Pentacles in its upright in combination with the 4 of Wands in its upright. Wow, those are some good cards for the energy deep within divine union. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that energy that I'm seeing here. Because something that I'm observing is like, I feel like there's something very important that's potentially occurring in the energy deep within divine union, which is almost, I keep on hearing like having the observe how another recognizes the space by which we are hardworking is what I keep on seeing, right? I just keep on getting there's something about the energy deep within divine union. Remember, these are effectively the temperance relationships that were coming together between the time that Uranus stationed retrograde in September up until the solstice of this summer. They were building into the temperance cards, which is basically the understanding that perseverance pays off, right? And the thing about it is when you're energetically perseverant, right? And I like to point this out. Purpose does not do things purpose is not effectively the work that we do. Purpose is effectively understanding and recognition of the power that we effectively bring to things, right? It's the force by which we apply purpose into it. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, right? The understanding of effectively building into the context of being energetically, I keep on hearing like the energetic force or effort that we put to things that comes back to us in profound ways, right? And this is what we often talk about that says, right, this is what we talk about. Like the one thing you have to be very conscientious about in the myopia of having a manifestation goal is, and this is why when you're building into a manifestation goal, right, you let the purpose guide you, and then you open your eyes more, because the modality by which things come towards you can often energetically surprise the self, right? It's the delight. It's the delight of being able to effectively, I keep wondering, the delight in being able to witness the unexpected that allows us to be able to continue towards things with a sense of energetic perseverance, or the space by which we ourselves effectively apply or put that point of effort into things. So I just keep on seeing that it's interesting because it's kind of giving me a little bit of this like head down energy in terms or in spaces or in situations by which the energy is effectively, like I keep on hearing, continuing to build. I keep on hearing continuing to build steadily and slowly towards their own energetic commitments is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Wands and its Eight of Swords and its upright, in combination with that Ten of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Three of Swords. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing right now for some of the energy in solitude. And I'm going to be completely honest right now. There's something about this energy. I would not be surprised if there's energy in solitude that has some energy from the past coming back towards them right now. Specifically, and I want to describe this because I want to like, one of the things I'm seeing here, and we've got to talk about this. We've been talking about this for a while right now. There is some energy right now that is very much focused or observing the reality of circumstances, specifically and particularly as it relates to the tendency of the mind to wrap painful things in sentimentality, right? And we often talk about this, that the mind is a space, right? That the mind is a space by which we often experience, I keep on hearing, like the space by which we feel energetically triggered, right? The space by which we experience trauma. This is often why we understand that we start building into that weird conscientious point where we get very sentimental about our trauma. Because you have to think about the fact that the mind is desperately working to protect itself against harm, right? And when you think about a mind that is desperately working to protect itself against harm, then when it experiences something that's traumatizing, the mind gets to work trying to wrap sentiment around it, right? The sentiment is the carapace to protect the mind from the trauma that was experienced. So when we think about the fact that the sentiment becomes the carapace to wrap the mind around the trauma that we've experienced, then we understand the tendency of the mind to take experiences that are damaging, right? They feel like they're energetically damaging, and to work very fastidiously in trying to make ourselves sentimental upon them, because that is the mind that's desperately working to heal itself. But the experience that we have is potentially feeling something that was awful and then ascribing something sweet to it, right? And I keep on seeing that observation is what is happening right now for a lot of the energy in solitude, potentially recognizing the fact that they're starting to feel sentimental on something that was devastatingly painful. But the recognition of the tendency of the mind to do that is what is allowing them to energetically heal through it. So a lot of that work, and I almost see that that's either the energy that is either, there's three different modalities by which that is potentially being experienced. That is either the energy that is witnessing, like they're actually feeling the sentimentality that the mind is trying to wrap around some trauma, and they're recognizing the process by which it's occurring, or, right, it's the modality by which they're experiencing someone coming back towards them, right, that effectively articulated hurt and is now trying to be sentimental instead of addressing the hurt that was energetically caused, or the modality of effectively working into new relationship pathways by articulating to another the complicated relationship that they have with their own trauma due to the mind creating this type of awkward structure. This brings us to the energy but even in the space by which they're doing it, they're being vulnerable in a way that they never done before, which is a continuation of Uranus stationing direct in Taurus, which articulates the space. But the only way that we find a comfort zone, find a new comfort zone, is our ability to step out of one. Continuing to get clarification between the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal with the Judgment card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Temperance card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in relationality to the energy that is moving deeper into divine union. Because everything that we're effectively seeing for some of this energy here, and I want to point this out, like I would not, it's funny because I literally keep on seeing some of this energy moving into divine union, that the mind keeps on returning back to the past, right? I like, this is what we get. Like, this is, I keep on hearing like, this is what we get with like Mars and Mercury in Pisces, where all the other planets are in Aries, which is like I keep on hearing for a lot of this energy right now, having recollection points of the past and seeing something in a whole different way, and just trying to maintain focus on the present, right? I see a lot of this energy that's having a lot of strong feelings coming up about something that they experienced in the past. But I keep on hearing like the ability of understanding the context by which they're in the relationship that gives them clarity is what's helping them stay grounded in the relationship that's giving, I keep on hearing the relationship that's given them the gift of reality is what I keep on getting. Like the relationship that's giving them, it's like the relationship that has given them the gift of a reality check. Here you go. Here, I would like to offer you a reality check in relationality to everything that you experienced in the past. Continuing to get clarification between the Judgment card in its reversal and the Page of Pentacles in its upright, moving back towards the energy deep within divine union. I like this 6 of Cups. It's busybody energy, right? It's busy. It's a lot of moves. It's like a lot of moving around. It's a lot of buzzing. I'm not surprised to see this right now. We've got, and I like to point this out, a lot of planets in Aries, and also when we have, we've also got the moon in Gemini right now. And I want to stress, if you haven't been feeling your best the last couple of days, the moon placement was in detriment to what we were experiencing astrologically. And it's not to say, and like it's due to the fact, and I need to point this out, because we had the moon in Taurus, right? Which is not Taurus moon is not a bad thing. Taurus moon is all about energetic luxury, but it's more of a grounded energy. And you have to understand that to experience a grounded moon right now with all of this activation that we were experiencing in Aries, it feels counter oppositional, right? Because the Aries energy, like when we get a lot of Aries energy, it's sprint. Aries energy is like sprint energy, and then you've got Taurus, which is like digging in the heels. So it can feel like I wouldn't be surprised if you felt like the last couple of days it felt a little energetically volatile, because the energy itself was effectively, it's like the best way to describe it, it was counter oppositional to itself. So this is more attenuated in terms of having the energy to do the things that you need to do, right? This is a lot of like, it's a lot of that like, it's like more staccato is the best way to describe, if you know what staccato means. It's much more staccato energy right now. And so I see a lot of this energy like utilizing that, or potentially the ability to do many different things at once, or feeling a little bit more of that expediency today. Continuing to get clarification between the Page of Pentacles and the Four of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify, we've got the Justice card in its upright. So moving back into the energy in solitude, one of the things that we're effectively seeing there, how do I describe this? You know, for the energy in solitude right now, I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like I see this energy Like it's building into it's building into a point of stabilization, right? And I want to stress this, right? And I feel like I almost see, and I want to point this out, I feel like there's some energy in solitude that is literally in the process of seeing their mind starting to wax sentimental on something that they recognize that they're healing from. And I keep on seeing this energy say, that's the pearl energy, right? Like that they're understanding the process by which that's occurring, right? They're understanding the modality of the mind that is potentially trying to effectively heal by moving, right? By moving sentimentality around something that hurts to look at, right? Or something that hurts to see, or something that hurts to think about. And so even in the modality by which they're recognizing it, they're not, I keep on hearing, they're recognizing it, but they're not being overly affected by it, which is not allowing them, like they're not regressing. They're potentially recognizing the potentiality of potentially having regressed in the past state because of that sentimentality. But rather, in the space by which they understand it, it's allowing them to effectively progress forward beyond it with a sense, I keep on hearing, with a sense of proportionality is what I keep on seeing. So that proportionality is either the proportionality that they're either having in potentially working through experiences of the past, where they're potentially seeing or recognizing another sentimentality, right? And bringing into, like the Justice card, like building into that point of healthy balance, while at the same time potentially articulating upon that quality in the new relationships that they're coming into right now, right? Being able to effectively articulate upon what it is that they themselves are working on being better at versus what it is that they're effectively healing from. So I like this because there's a lot of balanced energy there, but the balance that we effectively identify is effectively articulated or recognized with that sense of energetic purpose that they themselves are effectively working towards. So there's a lot of that energy there, and I feel like it's like it's good. It's nice because I feel like I keep on getting this sense every time I try to read into these relationships right now. I keep on hearing it's not that they're balanced partnerships, they're ballast. They're ballast partnerships. And why am I getting the sense that there's ballast there? Because ballast is the ability of being able to see one's own tendencies. And when one has ballast, it's not the fact that one doesn't have tendencies, but one is working on recognizing the direction that one's going towards versus what one has to effectively let go of, that allows the context by which one is able to build a better sense of ballast for the self and the relationships that you're moving deeper within. So I keep on getting that that's a lot of, it's interesting because I just keep on seeing that that's occurring. And for some of the energy, it's feeling more fortified, centered in the self. And for others, it's being able to articulate to another the energetic purpose of partnership, but not just the purpose of partnership, what they're working to heal as it relates to relationship. Continuing to get clarification between moving back towards the energy, moving deeper into divine union right now, those moon relationships, clarification between the Three of Swords in its upright and the Temperance card in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Pentacles in its upright. And so let's talk a little bit about this Two of Pentacles energy. The Two of Pentacles energy that we're effectively seeing here has to do with the energetic, and I want to point this out, right? This is the balance. This is the observation that's occurring by having found balanced partnership, right? This is literally the observation that the energy is receiving, right? They're coming, they've entered the relationship that's giving them a reality check on the past. And the reality check on the past is being able to see and observe clearly what wasn't energetically working, right? And I keep on pointing out that for a lot of these relationships, they thought, right, they were under the impression that they were not cut out for a relationship. Like I literally see some of this energy that had just given up. They just assumed because they had purpose, there was no room for a relationship. But this is why I wouldn't be surprised if some of these relationships right now are moving with expediency into deeper union, because for a lot of these relationships, like not only are they building into the context of the relationship that has room for both the self and the purpose, but also the space by which they're able to see the past with heightened clarity. Like this is the energy that's got their hands full. Like it's the relationship by which they have their hands full, right? And that's potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if this experience or this time that we're experiencing right now, prior to the full moon occurring, like a lot of, I keep on hearing like a lot of new energy moving deeper into divine union right now, right? And I'm going to keep on seeing, I keep wondering that was quick, but it wasn't quick is what I keep on seeing. Like I literally see, like I see energy, like there's a quickness there, but the quickness that we're effectively seeing has to do with the observation of feeling energetically complete in that relationship. Continuing to get clarification for the energy deep within divine union, between that Temperance card in its reversal with the Six of Cups in its upright. We've got the Moon card in its reversal. I love seeing here, like I love to see the Moon card in its reversal here, because the Moon card in its reversal is just working into, it's working into the context and observation of what we effectively, I keep on hearing like what we put our force of effort towards, right? And I just want to point out that for a lot of that energy, like that ability, I keep on hearing that, like the thing about, I need to point this out, for a lot of those temperance relationships, I feel like there's a lot of, I need to point out, it feels like there's a lot of situations and circumstances that feel like they're, I keep on hearing demanded attention versus necessary attention is the best way I can describe it, right? And what is the difference? What is the difference between demanded attention and necessary intention, right? Demanded attention is often a modality that feels like, I keep on getting the energy that effectively feels like the equivalent. And this is the thing about it. I keep on hearing, this is all I keep on hearing for the energy deep within divine union. Intention, not attention, right? Because what do we mean about what occurs in the space by healthy? I keep on hearing the space by which we're energetically healthy is not the space by which we energetically demand attention, is what I keep on hearing. Because, and I like to point this out, attention is gained, not found, right? I just keep on hearing attention is gained, not found, which is the modality by which there's, when we demand attention, there's no information there, right? Like there's no information. There's no information. Like have you ever noticed that? Like the modality by which someone is like demanding, like comes into the space of attention, there's no information there. So that the ability of effectively conveying an intention is how, like I keep on getting, it's how we effectively attenuate. And so I feel like there's something interesting, because as soon as I started reading for the energy deep within divine union, I'm getting a lot of this type of energy, which is like the modality of feeling the space by which we articulate, like we're effectively able to articulate or express like what it is that we effectively desire in order to effectively do something. And you'll often notice this because like I feel like this is a lot of energy that has had to heal from passive aggressiveness in the past. And this is why we articulate that passive aggressive energy is so toxic. Like we should work really hard to, if you want to heal everything, please start working on any passive aggressive tendencies, because this is what I mean. The ego just wants to be seen, right? the ego just wants to be seen. Ego will be like banging the gavel and be like, what do you want? And ego will be like, you know what I mean? I'm here being like, good, that's great, right? Like it's a work that we effectively do, but it's a modality by which we're effectively able, like the space by which we're able to energetically articulate is the modality by which we effectively energetically offer upon things, right? And so I keep on seeing that I almost feel like there's something like it's hard too, because I feel like there's something that's happening with some of this energy deep within divine union that like I keep on getting. There's a lot of this type of energy, right? And I like to point this out, which is like it's the modality by which one works into the context, by like it's the energy that needs to offer things must be seen, right? Like it's the irony of the fact that the energy that wishes to offer things must be seen, right? And would prefer not to. But like the energy that demands, like the energy that the ego that demands attention doesn't isn't holding anything, is what I keep on getting. It's like it's often like that type of thing that I'm seeing there. And it's interesting because that's the type of conversation that I feel like is happening for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, right? It's working into the context of being able to effectively, I feel like there's a lot of energy that's working on streamlining their approaches to things, which is getting better at articulating upon their needs so that they can be met. But I need to point this out. It's really hard to do that because when you're healing from a passive aggressive environment, then the same thing that's a blessing, another person used to tell you was rude, right? Like, how dare, like, that's what often happens, right? The modality by which you're healing from a trauma environment, being like, how dare you articulate your needs so clearly in order for them to be met? You know, like, it's that type of energy. So there's like, it's interesting because I see that this energy is healing, but there's a lot of trauma to unpack in the process of them healing it. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Cups in combination with that Justice card. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got the Knight of Cups in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing with the Knight of Cups in its reversal? The Knight of Cups in its reversal. The Knight of Cups in its reversal, and we're moving back into the energy that's in solitude. This is the energy. They're leading with feelings. They're leading with feelings, and it's the hardest thing they've ever done, right? Because and I keep on seeing the fact about it is, and I keep on getting feelings as shield, right? Feelings as shield. And what do we mean by feelings as shield? As long as our feelings, right? As long as our feelings have very proportional needs connected to them, our feelings are shield. And why are our feelings shield? Because if we have feelings, right, there's different, and we have to parse through. We've got two different types of feelings. We got the feelings that are the ego-driven feelings. And the ego-driven feelings only say one thing, right? What do the ego-driven feelings say? Me, 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 me. Like you can usually, me, 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 me. Like, it's like, okay, there's an ego-driven feeling. Okay, that's fine, right? But then the healthy feelings have a need that needs to be met, right? And what we understand, and I feel like this is effectively a lot of the energy in solitude that is being able to recognize between the ego-driven feelings, which are often in the space of me, 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 or the healthy feelings, which is the reason that we feel emphatically is because we require nourishment, right? The space by which we understand, and usually the way you can tell the difference is because a healthy emotion has a direction attached to it, right? A healthy emotion never demands attention. A healthy emotion always has a direction attached to it. So that modality or experience by which we're able to articulate upon it allows the ability to be able to rationalize through. And I keep on hearing a rational emotional approach to healthy relationships that allows the healthy emotions to act as shield for those that do not have any, for relationships that ask one to abandon emotions in order to experience them. And I keep on getting a healthy relationship never asks you to abandon emotions in order to move towards it, right? You should feel more, not energetically less. And so this is, I keep on seeing a lot of that energy that's working into the context of feeling things that they've never felt before, because the healthy relationship, the healthy relationship that you find will make you feel things that you've never felt before. So the only way you can prepare for healthy partnership is by feeling your feelings, because then you're basically saying to the universe, I'm ready for more feelings. I'm ready for more feelings. I'd like some more feelings, please. I'm ready for more feelings, please. Continuing to get clarification between the Two of Pentacles in its upright and the Moon card in its reversal. And this is bringing us back to, right? This is bringing us back to the energy that is moving deeper into union, those moon relationships. We've got the Knight of Swords in its upright. So what do we identify with the Knight of Swords in its upright? The Knight of Swords in its upright works us into the context of being able to recognize and identify the work that we effectively do in terms of being able, like, and I need to point this out. The hard part with some of these relationships that I see with these moon partnerships is the emotions that feel like they're pulling back to the past, right? Because I literally see, like, I feel like these energies, they're moving into divine union so quickly. It's like the past is like, they're getting like these flashback moments of the past, and they're just like, like a lot of that, like I keep on hearing, like the past is flashing by their eyes, and they've got a lot of new feelings in relationality to their observations on it, specifically and particularly as it relates. I keep on hearing like like as it relates to the observation of the centrifugal force of their purpose, that in relationships that were not necessarily for them. And what do we mean about the centrifugal force of purpose, right? The problem with the centrifugal force of purpose is the modality by which we hold the purpose, right, often compels another towards us. But if another person is not in alignment to us, then the same purpose that they drive towards us with, they'll then articulate, is what's breaking the relationship. And the ability of articulating the desire to abandon the purpose in order to energetically maintain partnership, I just keep on seeing their understanding that when there's alignment, our purpose does not damage things, but our purpose is merge, right? The merging purpose is what creates the healthy relationship. So they're experiencing the merging of the energetic purpose that then is allowing them to be able to witness and see all of the past experiences by which they can now see the centrifugal force of their purpose that was not necessarily intentionally damaging partnerships, relationships that weren't for them, but the observation of the quality of the curve by which another person articulated that they loved and they longed upon something that another person was within, but then articulated that it was energetically too much for them, right? So that's the centrifugal force that often happens when our purposes are not aligned. Now this brings us to the energy that's moving deeper, and that's why these relationships are potentially moving with such alacrity, because they're observing that in the context of the merging purpose. Continuing to get clarification between the Moon card in its reversal in combination with the Knight of Cups in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our King of Swords in its reversal. So there's a lot of this is all that Aries energy. And here's the thing about it, I don't mind these energies right now in the positions that they're in. And this is bringing us back into the energy that's deep within divine union, because a lot of that energy that we're effectively seeing and recognizing there has to do, right? It has to do with the observation of effectively, I keep on hearing, there's something really important that I'm effectively recognizing as it relates to, like, and I want to describe this right now, and like the energy deep within divine union understands this. Like the beauty of a dovetail is the modality by which, right, like when we're in healthy partnership, we effectively attenuate, like when one, like, and this is what we talk about with like healthy relationship. the modality of being energetically adaptable that allow one each other to move with better fluidity, right? Is what I keep on seeing. And so for a lot of this energy that we're effectively identifying here, right? And this is what I meant, this energy right now will probably feel like a little bit of a relief for energy deep within divine union, because there's fluidity here, right? Which is the ability to move. Like I keep on getting, when one when one is already deep within divine union, then the ability to effectively attenuate or to do things with, like I keep on hearing, like with the conscientious effort of being able, like where I keep on hearing it's like the like I'll just show you here what I'm seeing. Like we've got Knight of Swords in its upright with King of Swords in its reversal, right? Which says like when one person moves forward, the other can step backward, which is often like it's the ability to effectively be energetically adaptable, and the elasticity, right? The elasticity in healthy relationship is already there for that, right? So this energy will probably feel, right, for the energy deep within divine union right now, it can probably feel very supple. For the energy that's coming into divine union, it can feel very fast. Like a lot of this, I keep on hearing like a lot of this like energetic rapid engagement, or the ability to effectively want to move things, like feeling the confidence or a wave of confidence in terms of moving deeper into divine union. And for energy and separation, the observation of the energetic restriction of sentiment that used to drive energy back to traumatizing situations. Final card for today's spread. Yeah, we've got the Hangman in its upright. I love the center spread that we're seeing right now, specifically and particularly in relationality to like a lot of the cards that we're seeing here, because the one thing I want to observe and we want to kind of recognize is particularly and especially like with this Hangman and the Moon card in its reversal, with the Judgment card in its reversal, it's effectively the conversation on, and this is bringing us back into the energy and solitude, right? It's spring. It's spring. I know it's gonna sound, it's like, but here's the thing you don't understand. I don't mean it's spring, like obviously it's spring, but I mean it's springy, it's got a spring quality to it. The energy itself has a bit of a spring to it, which is the modality of, I keep on hearing that sometimes it's not what's occurring, it's the observation of what's occurring that allows us to be able to take a new energetic approach to it. So I feel like I see that for some of those energies that are in solitude, the healing that's coming through is the observation or the tendency of a mind to fastidiously wrap sentiment upon something, upon a memory that has hurt us, right? When we understand that sentiment is the storage system of a mind that is working to heal, right? Then we understand the quality and characteristic by which we can understand that we were hurt, deeply hurt on something. And then it's not a secret that we hold sentiment towards it, obviously. But often, this is what I need to point out, often the sentiment that we carry around a traumatizing experience, we experience as shame, because it's the modality by which we feel the sentiment, and then we feel bad about the fact that we carry sentiment. But when we understand the quality and characteristic of a mind that works to protect us, then we don't feel upset when we recognize, like, oh, look, there's that traumatizing memory. Oh, look, there's my mind wrapping all the sentiment it can around the traumatizing memory in order to protect me from it. So we don't see the sentiment, we don't get sentimental upon the sentiment, right? We don't get sentimental upon the sentiment because we understand that that is the gauze that the mind is wrapping around something that energetically hurt us to be able to help us integrate into something further. And it doesn't mean, even if we experience sentiment upon something, it doesn't mean that we're energetically okay with it. It's the observation point that that is the way that the mind stores memory. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, that calibration point is often one that is not articulated enough, right? The modality by which another person, like you have to understand the space of trauma, you're probably carrying trauma, and somewhere in your head, your mind has convinced you that you energetically feel appealing to the trauma because that is how the trauma protects the space. Right? And when we understand the confusing situation by which the hardest or worst thing you've ever experienced, your mind is going to get real busy trying to wrap trauma around, then we don't feel ashamed in finding sentiment there. We understand that the sentiment is necessary in order to energetically persist. So we see that a lot of those energies that are working through that are healing in ways that they've never thought possible before, given the fact that they're potentially observing that in action. They're absorbing and understanding the sentiment that creates the nostalgia or the longing for things that have energetically hurt us, because that is the modality of when the mind experiences something that's so far beyond its grasp to experience, the only thing at its disposal, right? The only thing at its disposal to be able to energetically wrap around it is sentiment. It's like that's what's got, it's like the mind is like, I don't have anything up here. I don't have anything up here to fix this bad memory except some good feelings. So I better start wrapping this wound in as many good feelings as possible. And that observation of being able to understand that quality is often the ability to understand that your mind is not disordered. If it feels like that, that is the sound of your mind loving you, right? That is literally the sound of your mind loving you so painstakingly that it works to take your worst moment and tries to add something positive to it. And the observation of the energy recognizing that is helping take realistic approaches to navigating devastating or traumatizing experiences. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for private reading. I'll never DM you, I'll never PM you, I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards and the cup suit. Our next class will be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Melissa. You got our highest gifter today. And thank you so much. You'll be getting a free reading. And thank you so much to Avatar. You came in second. So you will have an additional card in your reading as well. If anybody else would care to get on the list for today, the list is open. I have one more spot available today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. We are doing here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide Reading, Cut Readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, and Love Readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, include in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Victoria, I do want to confirm, I believe you just got on the list twice. I'm totally happy to read for you twice. I just want to make sure that that wasn't an error. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today, dear. Excellent. I've got you on the list, Jenna. I will read the list. I will read the list to confirm where everyone's place is on it. Excellent. Hi, Ella. Excellent. Looking forward to our private. And Mishi, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Mamo? Well, how are you doing today, Shape? How are you doing today, Melissa? And thank you for sharing the live, Mamo. Busy as a bee. Tap to claim, Ella. Yes, a music word mentioned. Absolutely. Excellent. And thank you as well for the roses, Dandy. I'm having an amazing day. I hope you're having one as well, Unique. We just finished the collective. We're going to get started on personals now. No problem, Bridget. And Abdul, thank you for the follow. That's true. Wallowing is homostatic risk. Wow, what a wonderful way of describing that. Oh my God, sentimental about the sentiment. Yes, wallowing in the wallowing. Fear of forgetting the trauma. Weird. No, it happens. I don't think it's weird at all. Absolutely. The Buddha counseled to shun symbolic thinking. So trauma is a label protecting the complicated. I mean, you know, I feel like I would be curious to understand the full scope of what they were articulating with that. But it's interesting. So you say trauma is a label protecting the complicated. Well, I mean, no, I mean, like, I think that trauma is the complicated. I'm articulating that sentiment is what is protecting the complicated, which is the trauma, if that makes sense. Absolutely. Yes, approaching, unpacking. That's a great way to think about it. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, Atomic. And guys, just a reminder, please don't message strange people offering weird things. Okay, I don't know what else to say about it. I just see these individuals coming in constantly. Hi there, Victoria. Yeah, you only meant to pay for one. Okay, I appreciate that. So what I'll do, it's no problem, dear. What I will do once I get off the live is I will send you back one of those payments. Yep. Excellent. Yeah, the sentiment is the protecting. I'll think about it. Could I get in there as room? Yeah, absolutely. I think again, if Victoria's not on twice, I can definitely accommodate you. You got the 100K yesterday, Nikki. Excellent. All right, I've got you on the list, dear. All right. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, and I've got, because Ella, you're welcome, Vicky, Victoria. I'm sorry for the random approach. I don't mean to be rude. So you can ask any questions that you might have here. If you want a reading done, if you want to book a private readings are done on my site. But if you want a reading done through this, if you want a reading done through this, then you can post it here. Now, if you have a reading, Alex, if you have a reading and there's information that you want to share with me about the reading that you feel is of a sensitive nature that you would prefer that I don't share publicly as we're doing the reading, you can send me that information privately once you send the donation, and I can read that in private before I do the reading. So I hope that helps, dear. And guys, please remember, I know we get a lot of these individuals. It's kind of the new thing. We get a lot of these individuals asking you to message them. Please remember, strange people are not trying to give you money. Just please be safe, okay? Okay. I know there's a lot of them right now. Eric, thank you for the follow, dear. Okay, let's continue right now. The next person, we are going to get started right now. I can accommodate one more person on the stranger danger. Exactly. We need to bring that back. Yeah, we need to bring. I can accommodate one more person on the list today before the list will be closed. We do here 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being Semi-Lio, we do here dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you do have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. That said, we're also at 20.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my Lio. Exactly. It's so true. All right, we are going to get started. The person we're reading for right now is going to be, I've got here, hold on a minute. All right, the first person we're reading for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to get on the list today, I've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. I got you, dear. Just bear with me. And just a reminder, if you have information that you would like to share with me for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. All right. And so there is, oh, no problem. Don't be purpose-driven. We were just talking about this, Tiff, right? Move the frustration into positive action, right? It's a lot of that Aries energy that we've got right now. Okay, forwards, not backwards. Okay, hold on a minute. So there is sensitive information in this read, so I just need a moment to read over the information that was sent. So please talk amongst yourselves. Why don't we? I got to think of a question you guys can talk about. Why don't doesn't everybody in the chat, why don't you list your top 3 while I read? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Are you comfortable with me sharing some information in terms of this read with discretion? Okay. So effectively, we're reading upon an incident that is energetically related to an individual that traumatized another person. And effectively, in summary, the incident that we're effectively reading upon was an occurrence by which, and the person who's being read for was at their home. There was at their home, and they walked through their bedroom. And in the moment that they were in their bedroom, they felt a strange impulse and looked out toward the street. And at that exact moment, the individual that had traumatized them had driven by in their car. They probably had a normal reason to be there, not related to the person themselves. But in that moment, I felt that the individual states, I felt something unusual, a deep sense of guilt or bad conscience. That feeling doesn't match his unempathetic behavior that we analyzed before, and I also recognize myself. So I'm wondering, did I actually perceive something from him, or was I projecting my own feelings or wishes onto him? The experience felt almost supernatural to me, feeling that impulse, looking out at that exact moment, and seeing them pass by and sensing that emotion. Did I imagine it, or could there be something to it? Why do you think such experiences happen at all? Do they serve a purpose in processing things? 4 cards, please. I mean, the message is coming through as you had an experience of precognition and empathy. And I want to point out, the thing I like to describe, and I like to explain this, the way that I often work through this with those who I mentor in relationality to building upon the gifts. And the modality by which we build upon the gifts, right, is often the segmentation point between another person saying, is this delusion or intuition? And the best way I can often articulate upon the difference of being able to discern between delusion and intuition is that delusion will usually lead you to a mirror. Intuition will lead you to a miracle. That's the discernment that you can usually place in relationality to navigating situations, and you're trying to attenuate as to whether something you're experiencing is delusional or intuition based. And I do a lot of the work to help to calibrate that, because it's very important when we're working in a spiritual space not to drift into things that feel like they're not healthy towards us. But the reason that this feels supernatural is because you're describing situations that are built upon precognition, right? There are 2 experiences here of stated precognition and also of intense empathy. And I want to stress this, okay? Your description of what happened. And the reason you can tell it's not delusional is because you had the feeling before you looked out the window. Okay? Now, if you had the modality by which you were looking out the window, right? If you were in the experience by which you were looking out the window, and then you saw them drive by, and then you were struck by a wave of emotions, those were your emotions, right? That was the reactivity of your mind seeing something that energetically hurt you. That's not what you described happened here. What you described was the modality by which you were walking through your bedroom like any other normal day, and you suddenly were struck by a wave of sensation, right? You were suddenly struck with a wave of strange emotions, a surge, if you will. You experienced an empathic surge, which you recognized were energetically abnormal. And as a result of the emotional surge that you felt, of energy that felt dissimilar to you, right? The ability of experience something that feels out of body. And this is what we mean when we talk about out of body experiences. Out of body experiences doesn't necessarily mean, oh, I experienced something I wasn't in my body. Out of body experiences literally means that's not my feeling. Like, what was that? What was that? I'm not familiar with that. The modality by which we feel something and go, that was weird. That's not normal. That's not typically me. And then you followed that energetic feeling. You were drawn to the window, right? The energetic precognition. And I bet I wouldn't be surprised if you felt like it was out of body. I wouldn't be surprised if that moment you said, now I go to the window, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had every certainty as you were approaching that window that you knew that they would be there because you probably felt them before you saw them. And the way you can tell the difference between energetic delusion and intuition is if you felt them there and then you move towards the window and there they are, then that is affirmation of your own energetic gifts. The ability of understanding that in that moment you had a dual experience of precognition, right? The precognition, which is the ability to know that something was about to happen at the window that you had to go towards to experience it, but also of an empathetic surge, an out-of-body experience related to their emotions connected to you. You felt them before you saw them, and the space by which you were able to effectively see them was what you were effectively experiencing. Now, as to why, we articulate upon the fact that there's deep energetic empathy between you both, right? You shared an energetic, intimate experience, even if it was traumatizing. So the modality by which you recognize that this is effectively the space by which you have the attenuation of understanding that you have an empathic gift. It might not be for everybody, but specifically as it relates to them. Now, especially I need to point out, we sometimes build that with those who have deeply traumatized us. That's the way that the body protects the self, right? The modality by which someone has hurt us and our own body's ability to be like, they're here. Literally, they're here is often the space by which we don't have a full understanding of the capability of our bodies in the desire to protect us. I'm not surprised that this happened, and I'm not surprised that it happens particularly and especially in the correlation of someone who deeply, profoundly hurt you, because it's the energetic activation where you may have already had a gift, but your body is highly attenuated to their energetic frequency given the level or degree of trauma that they themselves have caused upon you. Intuit unconsciously or unconsciously, that is the nature of the energetic connection. So the observation in terms of you effectively saying, did you imagine it? Clearly not. If you imagined it, you would have felt them, you would have looked out the window and they would not have been there. But nothing, again, if it happened, if it occurred, then you're effectively giving testament to the fact that it happened. And the way that you'll be able to calibrate for it being real was if you felt it before you saw them. If the feeling drew you to the window, then that is confirmation, because that is intuition, because you had a feeling and it led you to a miracle occurring. And the modality by which you said, Could there be something to it? Yes, clearly there's something to it. It's the ability by which you already have that gift, but your mind is highly attenuated to them because your mind is unconsciously trying to protect you from them. So you're effectively, you don't realize this, but you're unconsciously, telepathically on high alert at every moment to effectively sense their presence for fear. Your body is unconsciously doing that for fear that they're going to energetically affect you again without you being prepared for it. And the modality by which you say, do I think such experiences happen at all? I mean, I really probably wouldn't be sitting here with the cards. I wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't be sitting here with the cards if I did not deeply believe that this occurred. And does it serve a purpose? Yes. That's how much your body loves you. That's how much your own energy works to protect you, is that you've literally developed a superpower to protect you from this person, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I mean, the big question you had was, why do they feel that? Because I imagine that's how they feel. You experience what they feel when they see you, right? They feel a wave when they see you. They feel a deep sense of guilt and bad conscience. But the thing is, you have to understand, when you're deep in your ego and your higher self is making you feel guilt or bad conscience, what do you often hear in the headspace? I didn't do anything wrong. It's not my fault, right? Like they probably go through a brain scrambling moment every time they see you because they feel that wave of emotions. But if we try to disassociate from our emotions, they probably counteract it by trying to articulate to themselves, by trying to affirm to themselves constantly that they didn't do anything wrong, that it was energetically harmless. But I like to point out, a mind that is constantly rattling off, I didn't do anything wrong, it was harmless, usually recognizes the fact that it wasn't. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for a reading, the list is open. It is about one more spot available today, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Mylio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 22.3K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you. Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Wild. Ooh, I like everybody put their 3 up. Thank you, Tiff. I'm doing well, Melissa. How are you doing today? I love Leo, Scorpio, Libra. That's such it's such good energy. Cancer, Leo, Scorpio. I like that too. I like, Cancer, Leo. I mean, like, that's like such a cuddly cat. Scorpio, Aries, Capricorn, man. Stay on your good side. Crusty, Leo, Cancer, Taurus. Ooh, that's cozy. You are the champion of figuring out the cozy things. I would not be surprised if something you do is related to comfort. Hi there, yeah. Thank you, Stella. Oh no, oh no. Yeah, I had a reason to be there. That feels intentional on their part. So weird picking up on it at the exact moment. I mean, it's affirming. How am I supposed to know where it's going? What do you mean by where it's going? I need more information on what you're talking about, Bree. Absolutely. Yeah, I felt them before. This person sounds like, ooh, yeah, that's a good way of describing them, Nikki. And Pinky, thank you for the follow. I feel that. Yeah, body so attuned to protect from their energetic frequency. Yeah, you felt them before you saw them. I'll read the list right now, user, to confirm. So for those, and if you've gotten on the list and I haven't named you, please just send me the initial, just the initial where you sent it. The apps don't like hearing the full names of the apps, so just the initial. The list I have right now is Bridget, Pamela, Jenna, Victoria, Melissa, and Nikki. So if I've not named you, just give me the initial and the name or the initials that you sent it through, and I'll find it. Yes, that's it. It was before their higher self ghosted them. Exactly. Working it out right now. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for sharing that message with us. Thank you as well, user 64, for the follow. Ooh, Leo, Virgo, Taurus. When you make your mind up, it is not moving. How many of these will we get to today? Absolutely. Grand Rising, Susan. I was thinking the same thing about staying on Avatar's good side. Exactly. Just I was sitting there like sharpening a knife, just in the corner. But friendly, but in a friendly way. Pisces, Sun, Cap, Moon, Leo, Rising. Oof. Oof. You'd be a very, very good therapist. Be very good in the therapy department. You'd understand. All right. Yep. Okay, I got you, dear. Did I name you? If I didn't name you, I'll double check. All right, hold on a minute, dear. So you weren't on that list, huh? Hold on. All right, the next person that we're reading for today is Brigetta. Brigetta, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. You're welcome, KT. Hold on a minute. And as I said, okay, that's perfect. So I'm confirming now, and the list is now closed. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will have an additional card in your reading if you get on today. You will also have priority, and you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. So if you get on the list today, you'll have privilege tomorrow. And I've got you on the list. All right, user, you are on there too, and the list is now closed. Excellent. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? Maggie, the list is closed today for readings, but if you want to get on a list tomorrow for that, I'd be happy to do a reading on it. And if you get on today, you'll have first priority tomorrow. I will tell you that every time I've read for someone in spirit, they're usually doing very, very well. They're usually more worried about us and sending you so much support on that journey. How you doing today, Shanti? Okay, yeah, I can totally skip you right now. The next person on the list is Pamela. Pamela, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Stephen, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And just a reminder to those who are across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on tomorrow, and you'll have first priority in being read for before we start the daily collective. Second call right now for Pamela. If Pamela is not here, we're moving down the list. The next person on the list is Jenna. Pamela or Jenna? Ella has decided to move that into a private. Nikki. No tea for you. No, different tea. Okay, let's continue right now. The next person, if second call on Pamela or Jenna. Bridget. Okay, we're going back to Bridget. Okay, hold on. Okay, thank you, Jenna. So Bridget's going to be next. Thank you. Please hold, Jenna. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Bridget, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Bridget's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. Okay, Jenna, it looks like you are up. Thank you so much, Bridget. Jenna, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? You can't pick bird. Okay, we've talked about this. You can't pick bird. You gotta be more specific. You gotta be more specific. You added my question information to my most. Okay, I got you. Vix, just make sure next time just put a V. The apps absolutely hate it when we put the names of other apps in the comments. But thank you for letting me know, dear. Well, yeah, but you know there's like a million birds here. Jenna, I haven't seen your question come through. I'm just stating that because sometimes the questions get filtered. So if you've already posted your question, you may need to rephrase it or put periods between the words. General, I got you, dear. All right, I'm going to pin up Jenna here. Guys, make sure to give Jenna some love. 4 cards. Who's this stick in the mud I'm reading on? Oh, Lord. I feel like you have to have a conversation with someone about the fact that people can change. You know? Like, I literally see you, like, stuck between a rock and a hard place on something. And the way, like, listen, you're perfectly capable of being able to navigate the difference between whether someone is authentically making positive changes versus someone that just talks about the changes that they're making. Because I just keep on seeing, I see a situation, and I feel like there's been some time on this too, right? The space by which we understand, and I want to describe this. We change for ourselves. We don't change for each other, is what I keep on getting. And I want to stress, I want to describe, I've got 2 different situations around you that I need to articulate. And one is like a relationship should not be built under the guise of a rescue mission, right? A healthy relationship is never built under the guise of a rescue mission, which is, and you'll often notice this, like the energy that says, save me, I'm trapped in a relationship, one day will say the same thing when it comes to the relationship that they're in with you, right? The same energy that articulates, it says, save me from this relationship, that is literally the sound of someone that does not take responsibility for the partnerships in their life. Nobody, because I see here, and I think that you know what it means, right? You know what it means to actually be trapped in a relationship, which is the only way, the only space by which one is trapped in a relationship is if it's tangibly dangerous, right? The only way you say that, the only place you don't give credit, right? The only way someone is actually trapped in a relationship is if it's literally dangerous if they leave. But often, right? Often you'll see somebody that describes the fact that they're trapped in a relationship, and what are they effectively doing? They're showing an ability to besmirch their partnership, right? That when somebody is articulating that, when it comes not from a place of actual threat, but rather dissatisfaction, recognize the tendency of another to be in a relationship that they are presently besmirching, right? We don't do that because they keep on hearing that if they're besmirching that, they will besmirch yours, right? If they besmirch one, right? If they besmirch one, then there's only amount of time before yours will be the one that they're besmirching. Because when we are not satisfied in relationship, we take steps to remove ourselves from it. We don't go around to everybody and sigh and say, save me, help me, like help me energetically escape this emotionally. I keep wondering, like, that is literally someone that likes the sound of drama, right? That is what we call melodrama, right? The melodrama of someone saying, oh, if only I could, but I can't, but I long to, right? Someone who's trapped in their own melodrama rather than taking the energetic steps to change something. Because you've done that. I see the fact that you've done it. And I keep on saying, like, you've had to move away from a relationship very, very carefully. You know what that sounds like. And that's why when you've actually experienced that, when another person does that, it literally feels like an insult. It feels like an insult. It's literally insulting I keep wondering, it's literally insulting to those who are truly trapped in partnership, who articulate the fact that when they say they can't get out, they mean it is not safe for them to remove themselves. Versus somebody, I keep wondering, versus someone that sobs about a relationship that others would be energetically desperate to get into. And I want you to be very conscientious of that, because I feel like I see a few different things happening around you right now. On one hand, I feel like I see something really beautiful beginning to blossom. I see the start of a beautiful relationship. And then I see some kind of energy. Like it's giving me, like, pay attention to someone who only comes towards you to disrupt, right? Pay attention to someone that doesn't come through towards you with intention, but rather to see if they still can energetically disrupt something, or the modality by which they start to articulate upon the fact that they're still, and I keep on hearing, still thinking about you doesn't mean anything. Energy that has no intention will always carry a harp in the space by which they'll always harp on about how much they're missing you, rather than observing and articulating upon why it is that they're missing you in the first place. So whatever this type of energy is, don't let it get anywhere near you. Because it feels like, to me, like, I don't know why, it feels like I feel like you're healing from some kind of hotshot energy. You know? And I like to point out, what does hotshot energy do? Hotshot energy goes, you want to see what I can do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's hotshot energy. Like energy that doesn't move, like energy that doesn't move towards things with intention in, just to see if they can, you know? Look, I still got, I still, like, it's gonna be like that. I still got it energy. They don't got anything. And I want you to be really conscientious about that, because the thing is, and I keep on hearing this, I need to stress this, you don't owe anyone any kind of closure. There has never been a closing conversation in all of human experience. When someone insists they need closure, that is literally someone saying, I'm insisting on seeing you. It never ends, right? Last time, no, it's not. It's the last time is always them trying to get in edgewise. And I want you to be very conscientious about that, because I keep on hearing, closure is something we find for ourselves. It's not something that we can hand to each other. And often the modality by which another person says, I will leave you alone if you give me this, is exactly why we don't, because it's the understanding of the energy that's insisting on our presence. That is the fallacy, that our presence does not create closure. It just feels good to be able to see someone, or it feels good for another person to feel the sense that they can still energetically pull you back to them, even in the midst of you starting something with someone new. So don't Like even in the space, and I just want to say this, like, don't let somebody try to attenuate or change what was happening between you. Because it feels to me like there's somebody here who like potentially locked themselves out of your life. Someone who moved away from you with the expectation that you would chase after them, and here you are flourishing. Don't let them come back in now to try to attenuate to you that this whole time they were doing something for you. If they were doing something for you, they would be doing it with you. Write that down. If they were doing something for you, they would be doing it with you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, whatever. This is like this King of Wands energy, right? Don't be like, and no invisible ice cream. Don't let somebody come towards you be like, it's a real shame because this is what I expected. If we hadn't had that argument, if you hadn't done this, I was going to do this, but look, it's gone. Watch it. You want to see how beautiful it is? Watch the disappearing, reappearing manifestation goal, right? The manifestation goal that someone creates in the modality by which they try to create trauma and then take it away in the same breath. Be like, oh, it's a shame. It's a shame you did that because I was going to do this. But now look, oh, look, you killed it. Look. Oh, look what you did to that poor manifestation goal. That thing I was going to do. I was going to do all of this, but oh, look what you did to it. Never going to happen. Was never going to happen. It's good, and you'll know because it only comes, they only bring it up after the fact, right? Watch the disappearing, reappearing manifestation that costs, the nice thing about it, disappearing manifestations cost nothing, right? We were going to go on a trip to the Bahamas. I was going to take you. We were going to go, I was going to surprise, I was going to surprise you. It was going to be, I had the tickets. The car's out. I know I already I canceled it. I canceled. Yeah. This doesn't exist. Never existed. Pay attention to someone trying to traumatize you. And even as this is like, just babe, like I just keep on hearing, like, so you've got a guide around it. Like just observe it. Was never coming through. That's why I keep on saying, just continue and don't, like, it's saying to me, just clear, just move. Like you're better. I keep on hearing you're better off. You're better off. It's a blessing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we get started on the Daily Collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the, I keep on hearing too, you've got somebody in spirit saying a messy blessing, which says like it's a mess now, but it's going to be a blessing later. I just keep on hearing messy blessing, which is like, it's like somebody's showing you, like, it's like, I keep on seeing like there's something happening now that you're going to be like, like better to see it. Thank you so much, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. Hold on, just reading over the comments that came through as it was reading. Yes, very true. I did the hand trip. What was the hand trip? Yes, I understand. Yes. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Ganesh. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. That just happened 2 days ago. Thank you for confirmation. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Andrel, for those gifts, dear. And thank you for sharing the live, Ganesh Dath. And thank you as well, Amber, for the follow. You're so welcome, dear. Sending you so much support on that journey, Jenna. How are you doing today, Andrel? Thank you for letting me know the reading was. I mean, I'm not happy that the reading is accurate, but I'm sending you support and healing on that journey. Oh, your hand will make the all talk chirping thing when the manipulation energy comes in. So I didn't realize it was doing. I do that. It's like it always wants to talk, right? It's always got a story. It's like, all right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. Oh, thank you, Katie. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here and being a part of the collective. All right. The next person on the list right now is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like it. And the thing, they're going to keep on coming back about it. But I just keep on hearing you don't need to keep on having these closure conversations. With energy like that, it's always, you give me this, right? It's always like one more thing. It's like one more thing into oblivion, you know? All right. How you doing, dear? Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And Katie, thank you for the follow. In the meantime, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the swan. We'll do that again after the next reading. I got you, dear. We're doing a mind, body, spirit for Bridget. I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. You've been feeling lightheaded. I'm not going to turn this into a. I'm not turning this into a medical read, but all right. Okay, I got you. I mean, you've got to focus on breath work. I mean, like, and when I say, like, you know, here's the funny thing is, like, you need to meditate, not for the sake of meditating, but you need to slow down your breath, is what I keep on seeing. Because how do I describe this? And every time I'm reading for you right now, I don't know, I'm just going to put this out there, but whatever, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing the words, like, I don't want to turn this medical, but it feels like I keep on getting, like, I keep on hearing increased iron absorption, which is like, it's, I don't know why, it's like, it feels like, I don't know if there's something that you're doing that's energetically depleting the iron more quickly. But it's like, the thing about it I keep on seeing is you have to make another person, like, it change, like, something you're experiencing is, it's impacting, it's potentially impacting, that is what I keep on seeing. And again, there's a lot of 7 and 6s here. So the other thing I feel like I keep on seeing is, and I feel like the observation, and I know it's like, it's getting very technical with this, but I keep on getting the sense of needing to eat, like, I keep on getting, like, needing to eat more grounding foods is what I keep on getting too, because what do I, like, it's funny because there's a lot of plants around you, right? And the thing is, like, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing the plants aren't cutting it, which is what I keep on getting. And the plants aren't cutting it, which means, like, if you're eating a lot of plants, you have to eat, like, twice as many. Or you need to start eating something that feels like it's more, I keep on getting, you need more, it's like, I keep on hearing you need more dense foods. Now, this is what I keep on getting about it, because I don't know if there's something that you're taking that is activated by digestion, but the best way I can describe what I'm seeing is put something in your stomach that takes extra work to digest. is what I keep on getting. Make sure that you're putting something in your stomach that takes extra work to digest is the best thing I keep on seeing, because there's something about that that is actually going to be beneficial to you. And I think it's interesting because I feel like most people are looking for the opposite of that, but I think in some way that actually is going to work for you. The thing I'm also seeing is I feel like there's something that is improving right now, but it's improving for you incrementally. Give it 6 months. It's not going to happen overnight. You've got to start looking, you got to start comparing something on a larger scale, which is the ability to effectively see like the quality and condition between where you start versus where you end up. It's saying to me it's entirely incremental at this point. So you just have to be a little bit, you have to be patient, which I know that is not easy to do. But everything like that, the thing I need to describe here is there's heavy 7 energy around you, and there's heavy 6, which I keep on getting. 7 and 6 means like if it's consistent, it's beneficial, but you have to be consistent with it, is what I keep on hearing. It's consistent if it's beneficial, but you have to be consistent with it. So make sure that you're being consistent in terms of that, because I do feel like you will see a positive impact. Now, what's interesting is in relationality to, like, I feel like there's a lot that's happening for you right now in terms of, I feel like the next 6 months are actually going to be very important for you, because I want to describe it. It's not the fact that I see anything new occurring, but I feel like I see you getting much more fluid with what you're doing, which is the ability to be able to do something in a way that it doesn't feel like it takes so much work, but the ability to do something in a way that it starts to feel effortless. It's much the same energy that I was articulating in terms of the consistency, because this is, I feel like this is a period where you're finding a new balance for yourself, or you're finding a new system. And something about something about finding that balance and system is like, I feel like a new balance and system requires firm boundaries, is all I keep on hearing. A new balance and system requires firm boundaries, which is the observation and understanding of not only being able to do something, but having to tell someone. And I keep on seeing, like, when you say, like, I keep on hearing, there's no. There doesn't have to be a no in your vernacular if there's something else that you can do instead, is what I keep on hearing, which is the modality by which I feel like I see this issue. I see almost energy trying to come towards you, offering you things, and you being like, no, but like being like, this is what I can do, is what I keep on saying. This is what I can do. Like, let that be the sound of you laying those firm boundaries, because I feel like that's the only thing that's kind of difficult here. Like, I'm almost picking up some kind of energy in the space by which, like, it's like, it's always like, and I always want to point out, it's always like one more thing with some people, right? Like the observation, like, and I keep on seeing like the space by which you articulate to another in terms of what you're available for is helping another person understand. I keep on hearing, like, you can guide them through it, but you can't do it for them, is what I'm seeing, right? And I keep on hearing, if you feel healthier doing that, then let that continue to fortify your decisions. Bottom of the deck, Yeah, like the Knight of Swords in its reversal, right? Like I just keep on seeing it's not, I keep on hearing you are not, it's like you should not be like I keep like it like I don't know, I keep on hearing you are not like I keep on hearing you are not, it's funny because the message is coming through is like coming through a guide saying like you're not Obi-Wan, you are not someone's only hope, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like I literally see the fact that you have to say to someone, you are not Obi-Wan. Like, I know it sounds a little odd, but it's a space of someone saying like, you're my only hope. That's a problem, right? Like if another person is articulating that something literally isn't or can't happen in because you're not there to do it, that is literally the shape of the problem in their life. I keep wondering, it's a problem in their life, not a problem in yours, because I keep on seeing when we care about each other, we don't put each other in hopeless situations, right? And I want you to write that down. When somebody says to you that you're their only hope, then they're not caring about you because they're putting you in a hopeless situation, right? They're putting you in a hopeless situation, which is the modality by which you say it should never be that way. It should never, we care about each other. We never put each other in hopeless places, which is the space by which we say, like, oh, no, like, oh, no, no pressure, no pressure. But, oh, if you don't do this, everything is going to fall apart, right? Like, oh, no pressure, no pressure. But if you don't do this, my life is energetically ruined, right? We do not do that. We do not do that to each other. And the space by which another person does that shows the fact that they need to work on something in their experience, not yours. So make sure that you're holding compassion if you're experiencing that and understand that that is someone not caring about you properly. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have first priority, which means you'll be read for before the daily collective begins. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Karabo, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. You're not getting worse instead of better. I got a bird and an S. Yep. Yeah, that's normal. New, okay, thank you. Yeah, I know you get the infusions. I'm not due for one yet, though. Yeah, I read once that Capricorn moons get stressed and depleted of iron. Really? That's fascinating. Well, I mean, like the thing is, Capricorn moons have to often experience, they're often working through a lot of trauma. You know, it's not an easy sign to carry. Okay, I'm glad to hear that you've been doing that. Thank you for confirming, Bridget. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, greens have been hard lately, and I usually eat a ton. Thank you for confirming. Not finding my groove. I'm trying to be patient. I think I'm thrown off because I've been out of my house. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like things are gonna get easier. Yeah. How you doing today, Gujameji? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please by all means feel free to correct me. Yes, my problem is wanting that new balance in system now. You're getting there. It's just gonna take, it's gonna like this is you finding that, like you're tuning right now. Yeah, I've been getting better at saying no. I just supervised a visit. Oh my goodness. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. And thank you, Karebo, for the follow. Oh my gosh. I often wonder, yeah, that I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I've heard that too. Thank you for confirmation, Nicole. How are you doing today, Donnies? All right, my friends. Been a minute. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, I am looking for Pamela. Pamela or Victoria? Thank you, Carrie, for the follow. And just a reminder, friends, we're at 25.2K likes on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Carrie, thank you for the follow, dear. Victoria, how you doing, dear? Excellent. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, friends, the list is closed, but if you get on the list today, you'll have first privilege tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. We're doing here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit. Do you have a cat around you, Victoria? A very fuzzy one? I'm looking for guidance, a very fuzzy one, on my career or school path. They're a guide, okay? Yep. Yep, a guide cat, okay. All right. I'll be on, yeah, very fuzzy. Okay, I was like, they're very fuzzy. But they're one of your guides, which is funny that they like can't, like, they're really eager to talk, which is funny. Okay. Oh, you got a dream journal. That's awesome. Sweet. Okay, excellent. Got it. Yeah, let me pin you up here. All right, guys. Oh, and before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bee. Do that again after the next reading. Thank you, I am, for the follow. Okay. And we're doing a, hold on a minute. Boom, boom. Career, school path. All right, can I please get one card for, yep, one card on career, one card on school, and one card from the guide, please? Thank you. Okay. Are you trying to decide right now if whether to go career or school? Because, I mean, I feel like there's some kind of opportunity around you, a career right now, that you wanna move forward on. The thing I keep on getting is, I feel like, and it feels like there's something locational here as well, you know? I keep on hearing learn as you go or hit the ground running. Like don't say no. Don't say no to the opportunity to work for someone with someone I keep on seeing. Because there's a lot of boots on the ground energy around something is what I'm getting. And I almost feel like I see somebody who's communicated some desire. I don't know if this is a mentor, but like it almost feels like there's somebody who like wants to talk to you about some kind of opportunity, but you got to put yourself out there is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting too, because I'm getting here some kind of message about working through some kind of point of confidence, or finding the confidence to communicate more is what I keep on seeing. Because like it's interesting because like I know like I'm going to just give you a bit of an indication on what I'm seeing here, and then I'm going to ask you to clarify, because I feel like I see you having a lot to say on a subject, specifically because something that you've experienced flies in the face of something you're learning, right? Like, I just keep on seeing the observation of something that that you've experienced that feels like it's flying in the face of what you're learning. I keep on hearing that I almost see you getting some kind of certification in something and then getting certified in something completely different, and then tying them together and being like, see, this is how they go together, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like, that's you finding your niche. I literally see you being like doing something and then stopping, right? And then going in a way that others are like, what are you doing? And you're like, just give me a minute, right? And then building into that and then putting them together, you're able to effectively describe or discover your niche, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to be attentive of that, because I keep on hearing there's something about your path work that feels a little unique. And the thing about, like, the often, like, the problem with, like, working through a niche is often feeling out of place, is what I keep on getting. And I like to point this out. I see you in a position by which one day you're going to be criticizing or critiquing the things that you're learning about. And that's good. That's literally the sound of new education forming, right? The ability to criticize or critique what we've learned is literally us adding. I keep wondering, that's us adding to the tome of knowledge, right? And so I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like I see you doing something in that way. And I keep on getting that often the sound that you get when you're doing something like that is you're going the wrong way, and you being like, exactly, right? Like, you being like, exactly. That's a different approach. Like, going the wrong way or a different approach is what I keep on seeing. In terms of, yeah, there's that. You've got like a really strong guide around you right now. And I feel like it's interesting. I don't know why, like, it's like your guide is saying something really funny. And it's funny too, because like the guy, I like this guy. I'm gonna say something to you, and it's like I feel like, I don't know why it feels like it has a connection to you, but it's almost saying like, allow the freak flag to fly, is what I keep on hearing. But like the reason I'm getting, see, I'm like clearing my throat even as I'm saying it, is it's talking about, it's talking about the fact, right? Like, the reason they're using that word is because like your guide doesn't see anything freaky about you. They see you as unique, right? I even see like the space by which they found you. Like, you found them in a unique place too. But the space by which, when you're like, sometimes when you're unique, it's the worst place to occupy, because you don't feel like you fit in anywhere. You know, like, unique looks good on paper, right? Unique looks great on paper when you find your niche, you know? Unique looks good on paper when you find your niche. It's harder to live it, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like the reason I keep on getting, like, this guide was really eager to kind of jump into the reading, because I feel like you're getting more comfortable communicating with them, and they're getting more comfortable, like, giving, like, they're literally there to help you with your confidence, is what I keep on seeing. Because Like, I feel like I almost see you. Like, I almost see you having gone into something to try to figure out what was wrong with you and then discovering that it's not anything wrong with you, but it's like you recognizing what's wrong with everything else. Does that make sense? So I feel like the hard part about it is like they're articulating upon the fact that you have a certain brilliance. And the problem is like, it's like, yay, I'm brilliant. It's like, yay. Brilliant energies are like, it understands, you're like, yay, I'm brilliant. It's like, it's not easy, is what I keep on getting, because it often brilliance feels ostracized. Right? Like often brilliance feels energetically ostracized. But I keep on seeing that um, your ability, like, and I keep on getting. It's funny too because they're bringing up the word ostracized because I feel like you have a tendency of sticking your head in the ground, but they're saying don't do that, right? And that's a funny thing. Like that's the thing about it, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on getting them like you've got a guide that keeps on like tapping you under the chin. I wouldn't be surprised if your cat is constantly like giving you these, because that's like I keep on hearing, like, I don't know why your guide's like moving through the cat and energy, but they keep on articulating. They're trying to say you keep your chin up, is what they're saying, which is like don't feel like don't feel like don't get upset when another person criticizes you. Say exactly. I keep on hearing exactly is your power word right now, which is like when someone criticizes you, just say exactly. Be like, yeah, I meant that. Like I think that's intentional. It's intentional. Yes, exactly. Like, I feel like there's something there about that. Bottom of the deck energy. Where'd the bottom of the deck go? Come back here. Yeah, this one. Okay, hold on. Yeah, like I feel like you have to go. I keep on hearing you got to go through it before you can critique it, is what I keep on seeing. So I do understand. It feels to me like there's a little bit of chewing the fat that you have to do right now. And you have to understand the derivation of chewing the fat is often having to do something that you're not necessarily inclined to do, but you have to in order to digest it. Right? And I want you to think about that. Chewing the fat basically does not mean like, oh goody, I got to chew the fat. It's a space that says there's only one way to get through it, and that's just to do it. So you can chew the fat, like you have to chew, like I keep on saying, don't criticize something until after the fact, which is absorb. And then like I keep on hearing, like once you become an authority, you can turn back towards it and energetically critique it, but make sure you're not getting into a conflict space until you have that certificate. That's what you want. Make sure you're not getting into a conflict space until after you have the certificate, is what I keep on getting. Thank you. And then you'd be like, I'm certified. I can articulate. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will be the first person read for tomorrow. You'll also have privilege. You'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 27.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, you're in psychology. Got it. That makes a lot of sense with what I'm seeing. Yeah, like you've got like your guide is like they want to work with you in like a big way. That's a very interesting guide I'm seeing around you. Yeah, I love art. I love tarot. I'm in psychology course right now. Thank you for confirming. Oh, and you know your guide's name. Yeah. No, they were very eager to jump into that reading. Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing. But I keep on getting, once you get certified, they'll listen. That's what get certified, and then you be like, I'm an authority, and then they'll listen, is what I keep on seeing. They headbutt you all the time. Yeah, because I feel like the guide moves through the cat. Yeah, absolutely. And Trinity, thank you for that follow, dear. Yep, it's a fuzzy guide. No, it's funny because like I'm seeing some kind of Victorian gentleman. That's what I was seeing in the space of the cat. Like it was giving me like straight up Victorian gentleman vibes, which is why they even left the room when the reading. Like I literally see them leaving the room when you had the reading because they're like, I'll leave you, I'll give you some privacy. I'll give you some, I'll give you two some privacy. Is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, this message, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The next person we're reading for today is still looking for Pamela. If Pamela's not here, Nikki, you're the next person on the list here. Pamela or Nikki? Oh, excellent. And we're also, as I mentioned, friends, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list for tomorrow via my tree that is links in it in my bio. How you doing today, Rimu? All right, second call right now for Pamela or Nikki. If Pamela or Nikki are not here, hi there, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general read or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Can Virgo have Mercury in Gemini, dear? Well, what do you mean by that? You mean like in relationality to birth chart? I need to stress I don't do birth charts. So we talk about astrology here in the context of the reading. So in the energy that I read for, sometimes astrological information comes through, but in relationality to astrological charts, I'm not an astrologer. Absolutely. I got you, Nikki. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, Nicole. Excellent. All right, and I'm going to pin you up here. We're doing a mind, body, spirit for Nikki. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love, please. All right, 4 cards, please. Okay. You know, it's interesting because like everything I keep on seeing when I'm reading for you right now is that you're going through a maturation process. And the hardest thing that we often recognize when we're going through a maturation process is having to notify energy that you're not a child anymore. And I feel like a lot of the work that I see that you yourself are potentially working through or experiencing has to do with, and I keep on getting this, as we mature, it's energetically, like we notice that it is rude it's inherently rude to treat each other childishly, is what I keep on getting. Which is, it's the observation of energy that respects you will respect your energetic progress, right? Energy that respects you, they will respect your energetic progress. They will not, I keep on hearing, they won't, like, I keep on hearing, they won't, like, pay attention to someone. I keep on getting, pay attention to someone subtly punching down. And what do I mean by someone like subtly punching down, as it were? Someone subtly punching down can often be articulated by someone who refuses to let go of the fact that we have energetically progressed, or that we're not energetically lost in the past, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on getting, there are two ways to articulate upon the past. There is the way that we articulate on the past that feels reverent to it, which is the modality by which another person articulates upon something that experience, or that they experience between you and them, that carried a lot of significance and value, right? And the way you can usually tell the difference between someone who is cherishing the past versus someone who is punching down into the past is how it is effectively carried. Because when we carry the past carefully, we energetically cherish it, which is we observe, right? We utilize the present as a point of comparison, right? It's the observation that says, how you've changed from where you used to be to where you are today. And that is the space by which we see someone that energetically cherishes our progress, because it's the observation of someone who effectively articulates upon the past, right? But with deep affection for where they find you presently. Someone who is punching down into the past will often be trying to pull you back to it, right? It's often the space by which another person tries to effectively articulate that the person you are now is in some way not real or not true. When someone does that, they're not being respectful of you. They're not being respectful of you. They're not being respectful of your progress. They're trying to effectively pull you back into their affective nostalgia of you. And often that is the sense by which another person is passively punching down, because it's the modality by which another person refuses to recognize how much one has changed, and in fact tries to articulate that one hasn't changed at all. So I feel like that's really important, because I keep on getting, if someone's punching down on you, you don't need to give them any time. You don't need to give them your presence. You don't need to give them your sentiment. You don't need to give them your conversation, because that is effectively someone saying that they disbelieve, right? They energetically disbelieve in the fact that you have effectively grown. And that is not, and that energy is effectively trying to be internally recursive towards your own energetic progress. It's often the space by which we notice or notate another person's anger or hostility in relationality to how they articulate upon it. So I want you to be very conscientious about that, because it feels to me that I almost see you having to navigate some situations that are energetically prickly, right? And a prickly situation is not one that you walk away immediately, right? Nor is it the space by which you give something your full attention. But the modality by which you say to someone, you are on notice, is the modality by which we say to someone, you better tread lightly. Be very conscientious with the next words that come out of your mouth, right? Be very like the space by which we say to someone, this is tread lightly, is the modality by which we recognize and identify, right? That is the space by which we say to somebody, right? Be very conscientious with what you're about to say, because that is you caring about that person, right? That is you, like you saying to someone, tread lightly, is someone saying, you are already on thin ice, right? Like the moment that you say, you are already on thin ice, tread lightly, means like that is the minute. How another person responds to that is the space by which you recognize if they are respective of you, or if they are testing boundaries, right? Tread lightly. Are you being energetically respective, or are you testing boundaries? Because that modality or experience of being able to articulate and understand that, you don't have to, right? And I keep on seeing, I don't know why, I got some kind of energy around you that has a tendency of crying innocent, right? And you'll notice, like, you'll notice this, like, I want to point out the type of energy that asks something pointed and then gets really demure, is what I keep on seeing, right? Someone who literally goes like that, and then goes, what? You know, like, you know what I mean? And then goes, me? What, me? No, like, you know what I mean? Like pay attention, like that type of energy, being like, I just keep on hearing babies aren't such good shots, is what I keep on hearing, right? You can't, I keep on hearing, you can't have an arrow, right? You can't shoot an arrow and then go, me? What? I don't, what? No, I'm just a baby. Like, I'm, what? No, right? Mm-mm. Like, where was that? I keep on hearing, where was that baby 5 minutes ago, right? Yeah, where was that baby 5 minutes ago, right? That's not like I keep on hearing, like that is the space by which I feel like you have to call somebody, like on. I keep on hearing like calling their attention to it, right? And you might have to say, you have a tendency of saying something very cruel and then crying very innocent. That's a problem solved. You have a tendency of saying something very cruel and crying very innocent, right? And you'll usually notice that type of energy, as soon as you try to shoot the same thing, right? And so often, and here's the thing, you help someone see it, and the minute you show it to them, see what they do with it, right? See what they do with it. I don't know if you're intentional about it, but I just want to tell you something that I see. So I think that in that space, right, I feel like that's what I mean in terms of you not getting, that's what I mean with that continuation of the maturation process, right? As we mature, we don't get reactive, we get informative, right? As we mature, we don't get reactive, we don't get volatile, we get informative. So I feel like there's something important about that, because I feel like that's continuation of the journey that you're experiencing. And I feel like, in a way, and I want you to understand that, right? At someone asking, I keep on hearing someone asking a charged question it's totally okay to respond with a similarly charged question, right? I keep on hearing the modality, and I keep on hearing, because I keep on hearing somebody saying, like, it's just a simple question, being like, no question is simple, because there is a intention behind every question. And the modality by which we understand that there's no simple question, that every question has an intention, then the ability of saying, why would you ask that, is the ability of basically saying, what is your intention? What is your intention in asking something? And when we are in healthy places, then we are always confident in being able to explain the intention that we have on a question. Where'd you get that shirt? Why? I like it. I would like to get one myself. Right? Like, right? Simple answer, simple question. What are you doing on Thursday? Why? Because I'd like to invite you to something. Right? Like, you see how easy it can be? You ask something completely unacceptable. Why would you ask that? Who, me? There it is. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list. You can get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're on a clock app. We're at 29.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, and thank you, Julia, for joining the fan club. Ebony, thank you for the follow. I mean, I like a Mercury in Gemini. You know, the thing about it is, like, Mercury in Gemini, I mean, the hard part about it, those with Mercury and Gemini placements are usually very fast talkers. The hardest thing with those with like Mercury and Gemini is connecting things so quickly that it feels like you often have to slow your approach so people can keep up with you. Like that's the hardest thing about Mercury and Gemini. 1/3, or I'll take it. Yep. How you doing today, Abdur? And thank you for the follow, Ebony. Especially when they turn their growth into, oh, you think you're better than, you know, but that's the thing about it, right? Like we don't grow, we don't grow to show off, which is the modality by which when another person feels like that, it's usually a sign that we've energetically outgrown a situation. Because if another person takes our growth personally, then that is again, that is not, that's not something that we can navigate. That's something that we often have to experience. Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like that's just always happened to me in relationship. But here's the thing about it, like your ability to observe and recognize it is how you're healing from it. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? If you see that, thank you as well, Ella. You know? I mean, and I think that the way you can tell if you're worried that if you're taking it too personally is, like I said, that's why the guide was coming through and say, ask the question, right? Why would you ask that? Why would you ask me that? And one thing I like to point out, if somebody asks you something that you would hesitate to ask another person, it's okay to ask, it's okay to inquire as to why they would ask something like that in the first place. Yeah, or if you deserve to be there. Exactly. Oh, sending you support on that journey. Robert, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Ella. Absolutely. You're so mean. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. But here's the thing about pointing out, here's the thing, pointing out someone's tendency to do that can say to someone, that's the thing about it. You can't say something cruel and then cry innocent. Right? Like that's the observation of saying hold the position you were in a moment ago. Right? I like to point out that I want to point out that is the equivalent, the way I like to describe it is that's the equivalent of a baby hitting someone and then starting to cry hysterically. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen babies do that? Have you ever seen the baby do that, where a baby will hit another hit something and then they'll start crying because they're like, oh. Yeah, you can only be so mature for so long. It turns on to being walked on. Exactly. Yep. Retreating footsteps. Exactly. Hold on a minute. Just a minute. I know it's hard to be mature. I know. Because it makes you take the higher ground. It's not, I mean, it's not as fun, but it's a good place to be. Better view. Not fun, but better view. Not fun, better view. Not fun, better view. We sit back in the protection. Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully stated, Julia. Okay. Yeah, it's wild when you reach that point. No, I get it. Oh no, what's up? Whoa, whoa, Ruby, what's up? What's up? What's up? Oh gosh. I mean, listen, no, Ruby, look, Ruby, I'll draw your card now if that's the case. No, I hope they're okay. Oh, sweetheart. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Oh dear. Got it. No, it's a great analogy. Guys, just a reminder that true spiritual workers will not ask you to inbox them for readings. Yeah, even the babies, even the babies even know. Yeah. Okay, I got you. No problem. I'm gonna draw a quick card for Ruby because they're having a bit of an emergency. All right, sending you so much support, dear. Can I get one card, please, for Ruby? And then we'll continue. Please, no, we're not doing one card yet. We're just taking a moment. Um, I mean, I feel like I see somebody that's literally trying to stop themselves from energetically reaching out to you. I've got a lot of this. Yeah, like this, like I got to point out 4 of Pentacles with 2 of Swords. I keep on hearing it would be selfish to reach out, is what I keep on seeing. I don't know why I keep on hearing someone say it would be selfish to reach out. Yeah, the Earth Dragon. I see somebody like deep in hermit mode over something. Like they're trying to figure out. I feel like I see somebody that's like they're trying to work through their own unhappiness, but hold on a minute. You know, there's something I'm observing there. Is like I keep on seeing someone that's like if it's they're very like if like I see somebody that's like guarded about something, you know, like they've got their guard up or they're very, very defensive about it, is what I keep on seeing too. Like there's just a lot of this like it's like somebody's like going through a stagnancy or a rut. Like those cards in combination are very stagnated. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments and thank you for understanding. And again, Ruby, I hope they're able to find some help and improvement there. Sending you both so much support. No, absolutely. Yep. Let us know. Let us know if you guys are okay. All right, please. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list right now is user unknown. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. And just a reminder, the list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. You'll also have, and again, we are also at 32.3K likes. When we get to 50K, we will, you are next on the list here. Yep. Yep, I got you. So the list we have right now for those waiting for 1 cards is we've got user, and then we've got Melissa, and then we're going to get started on 1 cards. Perfect. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's get to it. And so again, if you would like to be eligible for a 1 card reading, all you need to do is become a super fan if you're joining us on the Clock app. And if you're over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid subscription makes you entitled to a 1 card as well. Ooh, we're doing Akashic. I mean, official. I just never had any time to. I never had any time to dye my hair. I tried it. It was too exhausting. I just went with it. All right, let's continue. And so we're doing an Akashic, and before we continue, absolutely. Hold on a minute. All right, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold on a moment. Okay. 4 cards, please. And 2. And 3. Got it. You're welcome, dear. Wow. I mean, you're not here to mess around. You know? Like, I've got a lot of warrior energy around you, which says like you did not come here to play. And I need to stress this. I would not be surprised. You know, I would not be surprised if a lot of relationships in your life you had to move away from, because I just see you maturing at a rate that was like exceptional for those around you. Like, I see you being like, I don't have time for this in the best way possible. Specifically and particularly, because I see that you're here for 2 different reasons. One is, like, I keep on getting like, and I don't know if you have any indications. I don't know if you have any indications upon your past life, but you were not in a good mood when you left that past life, is the best way I can describe it. You are not in a good mood. And I feel like a lot of that, and I keep on getting, it feels like you were interrupted. And it feels like you were I keep on getting there's some, you were interrupted. You had to go do something you never wanted to do in the first place. You didn't have a choice in doing it. And I just keep on getting that I would not be surprised in terms of you building. I wouldn't be surprised if you're doing something legal, by which you often say to people, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Is there anything you don't have been, like, I literally see you coming back being like, I am going to make sure nobody has to do anything that they don't want to do ever again. But at the same time, like, that in itself is purpose, right? I feel like often I see warrior energy that comes back to protect others' autonomy, right? Like, when I read into warrior energy, it's so wild. Like, every time I read into warrior energy, they come right back in to protect others' autonomy, which is the modality by which, it's the energy that'll literally say, like, I will throw myself like before the gears, before I see you having to do something that you don't want to do, right? It's very thankless work. But I also see the fact that it feels to me like you're supposed to be connecting to a karmic in this life. And I think that you know that too. And I feel like you're going to find them in the space of you doing work of that way, right? Because there's something I'm seeing here. You know, I've got 2 different energy. Like, I've got you, which is very much like, you know, very much in the space of warrior energy. And then I see this, I mean, again, this is just to show you that not all karma is bad. Like, I feel like the reason that you were so incensed, in the past life experience was because you feel like you had a relationship interrupted. Like, I literally see some kind of situation by which you had a duty to fulfill. And in the midst of having to fulfill that duty, a relationship was interrupted. And so that's what I keep on seeing in terms of you coming back with 2 purposes. And I keep on getting one of those purposes is effectively working into the context of being able to effectively build into the purpose of helping others preserve their autonomy, right? So that I keep on seeing that is you doing the inner child healing on the past life, which is you basically saying, like, I am here to remind you that you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. And I'm here to defend that, specifically because it's connected with the context by which you had to depart from the last experience. And I also see you looking to find that person again. I literally see the modality by which you yourself are effectively trying to, like, I feel like it's the attenuation of recognizing and identifying that energetic connection. And I keep on seeing, I keep on getting something about them. They were very empathetic. They were very selfless, is what I keep on seeing. Whoever that energetic connection was, I keep on getting the fact that they were profoundly I keep hearing selfless to a fault, which is like the modality by which I see you having to navigate something through gritted teeth, right? That they would, I keep on hearing that they would wake up every day and not, they would wake up every day and not bite an eyelash about, is what I keep on hearing. That's why you guys were good with each other, right? Because I see you being very protective, and I see them being very energetically generous. And I keep on getting it was a perfect relationship. So I can see why you would arrive here energetically incensed. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, you've got, like, this is feeling Aries, this is feeling Scorpio, you know, like this is some, like, very directed energy, and very energetically focused on a cause. You got to watch that temper. You got to watch that temper. You know? Because, and I like to point out, like there's good temper. I keep on getting, there's good temper and there's bad temper, right? Good, and then I keep on pointing out righteous, right? Righteous anger has an explanation attached to it, right? But you have to be really conscientious when someone's trying to get under your skin. You gotta be, because I gotta point this out. I feel like in some way you had your temper used against you in some way, right? Because, and I don't know if that's something that, I mean, that might be a carryover. That might have happened in the past life. It might be something that's also happened in this one. Because, like, you have to understand, like, when somebody has when someone doesn't have healthy intentions, but they recognize how to get under our skin, right? Then they can weaponize, like, they can weaponize our anger, like, to serve their purposes, right? So understand, like, pay attention when it seems like someone is trying to energetically provoke you. Be very conscientious when somebody is trying to get you to swing, is what I keep on hearing. Like, pay attention when someone's trying to get you to swing, because I keep on seeing, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing, you've got more, like, I keep on hearing, you've got more, I don't know why I keep on hearing, you've got more to lose. But I also feel like that's what I meant. Like, I think you recognize the shape. I think you even articulated the fact that you recognize the fact that you came here, and when I say when you came here incensed, it's because you recognize that there was some kind of wrong that occurred to you. Like, I literally see something that you felt, some kind of, I feel like it's something by which you were energetically enlisted, but you couldn't shake the sneaking suspicion that somebody pulled some strings, is what I keep on hearing. That's all I keep on getting about the past life, that I keep on hearing something that was random. You felt deeply in the space of feeling that another person affected the randomness of it. Somebody, like, I want to describe this. It feels like somebody cursed themselves in the modality of, effectively, this happens. Like, the modality by which another person energetically hurt you in the past life. So I understand, like, that's what I meant in terms of, like, if someone's trying to get you upset, like, don't do them the benefit of giving them the gift of your anger, because that is almost a continuation of you working through the feelings that are unresolved as it relates to, I keep on hearing, it's not your job. It's not your job to teach lessons, right? Like that would basically be the space by which you would then become the same force that hurt you in the past life. So be very conscientious about that, okay? Because I see how tempting it is. And some of these experiences I see around you, like I see you being like, I could just do it myself. I see you being like, you're like, I've got all the materials. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, page of pentacles. Like, oh, how did this kerosene get here? What's this lighter doing? Oh my gosh, what are the odds? You know what I mean? Like, I know. It would. I mean, I get it. Like, I feel like it's literally. I understand. Okay, but like the modality, like I need to point this out. Like the space by which you're better than that. Okay, like I know you know that you're better than that is what I keep on seeing. Remember, you're better. All you do, and this is what you have to remember. All you do when you match someone's energy is prove to them that you have no integrity. Okay? All you do, write it down. All you do when you match someone's energy is prove to them that you have no integrity. Don't be susceptible to that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And again, I would also point out, I would not, listen to me, I would not, and this is just me being from an advisory role, I would not go into delving into that past life so much until you've resolved any anger issues in this one. Because I don't think what you'll find there will help. I mean, it might explain, but there might be more anger. There might be even more feelings that are coming out around it, is what I keep on getting, okay? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We've got one more reading today before we move into the one card readings for subscribers. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Yeah, it didn't have to get to that point, exactly. Oh, thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. That was close. Yeah, hands off. Yep, exactly like that. We'll take care of it. Let them take care of it. Yeah, I feel that heavily. No, that I feel like you recognize the weight of the betrayal. Yeah, you came here incensed. You like rushed back in. Yeah, I do. I got it. No, I mean, like, it's I don't think you have to calm down. I think you have to, like, I feel like you have to apply that energy into a place that feels like it fortifies, not frustrates. Right? Like, don't let it burn you up from the inside. Whoa, I hit 333 likes in a row and it stopped. Oh, you were 333. That's wild. Thank you for hitting the likes so much. Yes, you're so on point with this. It connects to now and the past time feeling. Yeah, thank you for the follow, daughter. I see. You're so welcome, dear. Have a great day. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. What's going on with your thighs? Something going on with your thighs? All right. Hi, dear. Ooh, we're doing an Akashic. Excellent. All right, perfect. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, is that why? Thank you. Oh, they're sore? Okay, thank you for confirming. We've got the hawk energy. What's a Charlie Brown haircut? Because Charlie doesn't have any hair. got like those little things. Excellent. All right. All right, we got it here. And guys, I'm going to pin up. Hold on, I'm going to pin up Melissa here. Guys, make sure to give Melissa some love. 4 cards. I got it. Oh, this is interesting. You know, there's like you know, I would not be surprised if you sometimes go through these moments by which you're like, oh, they found me in terms of something here, because I just keep on seeing the way I'm picking up on something is I see in a past life you had to flee. Right? Like I see a situation in a past life that required you to have to flee. And I'm not just that, but I'm almost seeing the space by which you had to take on like a whole different identity about something. You know? Like it's giving me someone being like, you know, you look like, and you're like, no, I don't. No, that place is gone. Is what I keep on seeing. And like a lot of people being like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of this, like I keep on seeing someone being like, and it almost feels like I got it. And like often it's interesting too, because this isn't, it's a very interesting, how do I describe it, please? It's a blending wound, right? And so often the experience by which that happens, like I literally see a situation in which it was not safe. I keep on hearing you saying to somebody in the past life, it was not safe for you to say the place that you came from. And so the modality by which you effectively kept your own energetic origin a secret is what I keep on seeing. I would not be surprised if you still feel a little bit of a reservation talking about yourself, or, and I keep on, the way you'll know that this is true is that you've got nothing to hide now. There's nothing, you've got nothing, like the cards are on the table, but for some reason you still feel the inclination of grabbing the cards and sticking them behind your back and being like, who sent you? Like if you have that inclination, I don't have to tell you anything. And someone being like, I just asked what your name was. I was just asking if you would like some. I was just asking if you would like some like, you know, like if you would like if you know if where like just like it's like that. The often when you have, like I keep wondering, the way you can usually tell something like this is the prickliness, the unreasonable prickliness at an innocent question. The unreasonable prickliness, like the unbelievably unreasonable prickliness, like the hair on the back of, like the hair on the back of your neck stands up when somebody asks you an innocent question. That's confirmation of the fact that like of the fact that there was some kind of aspect of concealment that was energetically required in the past life in relationality to how you effectively proceeded. And I literally, the funny thing about it is you looked, like they're showing me that you looked like you came. I keep on hearing you looked like you came from a place that was decimated, is what I keep on getting. You looked like you were having a visage issue, but it's a different visage issue. You looked like you came from a place that was decimated. So often people would be like, where are you from? And you were like, no, that place doesn't exist anymore. I literally see you being like saying to people like take a hint, like take a hint, like you having to say it to people, being like and like literally other people saying me like they look and be like that place doesn't exist anymore, right? Because it does feel like you were taken in, right? It's giving me a lot of found family. It's giving me a lot of found family by which not only did you do that, but there were others that were energetically supportive of not asking you too many questions about it. But the hard part is often when you come out of that, when you come back here, you sometimes carry the wounds in relationality to being able to feel comfortable being authentic. Because like even in the space by which I see, right? Even in I would say there's two qualities that I see that you potentially have. You are probably the type of person that if I walked into your house right now and said, we've got 5 minutes to start over, you would be like, I've already, like, you would be like, oh, I've been waiting. Oh, no. I knew this day would come. Like, you were like, oh, no, I got it all here. It's fine, right? But also in the same modality, right? The observation of often feeling the energetic anxiety when it comes to another person getting to know you. You're actually here to help heal an intimacy wound, is what I keep on seeing. And the ability by which I see, and I wouldn't be surprised again if you're doing things that help people see sides of people that they've never seen before, right? The ability, I keep on hearing the ability to be enamored with vulnerability that often is helping you heal to become more vulnerable, specifically and particularly because I see that is you, right? Like that is you having the gift of seeing others' vulnerability, right? Like you're probably really good at that, but that's also what makes you feel like that's what I feel like that's often what makes you feel very energetically exposed, because I feel like I see you here to effectively help heal those intimacy wounds. That is you basically learning like it's okay to be open about who you are. It's okay to be open about your energetic history. But even in the modality by which I see you doing it, it feels like there's still a lot of that. I feel like it's hard because I feel like you're carrying some of the weight from a past life where there was good reason why you couldn't energetically talk about something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, this like I keep on hearing like that this is the good reason. You know, the hard part about this, and this is what we talk about, this is what's so hard about trauma. Like the thing you needed that protected you is the thing that you're now working to heal from, right? Like trauma makes us have to carry weapons that we then have to figure out how to turn into tools, right? And so I feel like that's effectively what you're doing in this experience. You're taking something that felt like a weapon in the past life and you're learning to attenuate it or to turn it into a tool in this one. So not in the space by which it hurts you to hold it, but in the way by which you are able to help others with it. And it's interesting too, because I do feel like this is a life where you're going to be getting very good at like refining your gift, particularly and especially as it relates to showing others the beauty of vulnerability, because that is effectively helping you heal the experience in the past life by which you had to go through an experience where you only felt half seen, is what I keep on seeing. You felt half seen because it wasn't safe to be fully expressed. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I mean, you also have priority. You'll be the first person read for it before, and you'll also be read for it before we have the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Got it. I'm intrigued. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Nikki. Oh my gosh. Everybody today. I know there's so many today, Nikki. It's wild. It's like the MoneyGram messages, you know, it's ridiculous. All right. The list is closed right now, Lisa, but if you get on today, you'll be the first one to be read for tomorrow. Thank you for confirmation, Melissa. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, exactly. Perfect example, Melissa. Is that why it's so easy? Yeah, like that's what I keep on, like you're ready to go. Like I see, like you got your go bag. You're like, let's do it. Yeah, Grebart, thank you for the follow. All right. Oh dear, how you doing today, Phoenix? All right, let's continue right now. So the list, we are now got to the one card readings for today. So if you are a super fan and you would like a one card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you'd like to become a super fan, just hit that button. If you're on the clock app at the bottom of the screen, that orange arrow will give you, you can become a super fan and you'll be entitled to one card. If you are a member over on the place where you keep the videos, your paid membership also entitles you to a one card today. Excellent. One card for Ivana. One card for Ivana, angelic guidance from that particular angelic. You're completely safe. They're just trying to upset you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Right? You're completely safe. They're just trying to upset you. Like don't let don't let unhealthy energy try to rattle you. Is what I keep on seeing. Just I keep on hearing like observe, it's like it's saying observe, don't absorb. Right? Like especially like especially in the space by which I keep on seeing like you're working towards something, but you're doing something in a way by which you're trying to identify what feels like it's stabilizing. Island, thank you for the follow. Ava, one card on how they feel towards you. I feel like they can't stop thinking about you. You know, I feel like they feel unreasonably energetically connected towards you. Yeah, like I feel like I see somebody like contemplating about a misconnection. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like I feel like I see somebody trying to be like, I keep on hearing like, I just keep on hearing someone to say we can't miss anything that's for us, right? The universe conspires to bring us to the things that are for us, is what I keep on getting. Avatar, one card highest, please. Let the weirdness be the closure. Let the weirdness be the closure. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Right? If someone's being weird, that's a perfectly good reason. Like don't put on your detective hat, right? Because I keep on hearing, yeah, like energy that's in their ego, deep in their ego is often inscrutable, right? Right? Energy that's often, like energy deep in their ego is often inscrutable, which is the modality of someone doing something not because there's a reason to it, but because they desire attention, right? Energy desiring attention will always be inscrutable. One card on partnership for Minnie, please. Knight of Wands. So I feel like, you know, I mean, I feel like there's something important that's happening right now as it relates to you being in a relationship by which there's healthy communication. And the thing we always see, like bottom of the deck, yeah, right? Like I feel like sometimes this is why it's triggering to be in a healthy relationship, because it makes us recognize the full force of what we're healing from. You know, animal spirit guide. Yeah, you have a right to be upset, right? Like I feel like you're finally in a healthy relationship and you're looking back and being like, what was all of that? Right? And it's like, you know, like that's the thing about it. It's like when you find the healthy relationship, be prepared for all, like the first feeling to have is rage in terms of what, like in terms of what you experienced that wasn't, like you're now seeing what is actually something that was your responsibility versus what somebody was energetically accusing you of that they weren't effectively doing. And I keep on hearing you communicate wonderfully. It's never been a communication issue, is what I keep on hearing. Greg, these are one card readings for super fans right now. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. If you want a full reading, you can get on the list for tomorrow because the list is closed today. Nicole, hold on a minute. On a friend constantly in my dream space. I feel like it's, you know, here's the thing about it. Sometimes when we have really reliable energy, it becomes the source of our shadow work, because I have to describe that the guides, like sometimes the guides help us see the full force of something we're healing from by having a dream space by which the person who's doing something in the dream space, it's so antithetical to who we know them to be that it helps us be able to see that quality and characteristic better in energy outside of ourselves. So I almost see an energetic connection that's serving in the purpose of helping reveal shadow work. Yeah, particularly with the dog energy, right? And the way you'll usually know that is if you see them doing things in that dream space that are so far beyond the pale of what you could ever imagine, it's helping to show what you've gone through with other energetic individuals, right? Like if it's absurd to imagine through them, understand we can't experience anything in the dream space that we ourselves haven't been through. So that's the guides effectively utilizing your connection to them to help you see the full shape of the shadow work you're healing from. One card for Bridget on counterpart, please. You're welcome, Ivana. I see somebody who's like struggling, like every day is a struggle. So I feel like some of the anxiety that you're carrying right now, yeah, you're carrying the anxiety of two. Like some of that anxiety that you're feeling is their anxiety. Like, what am I doing? Yeah, especially like, how did I get here? I'm hearing that. The water showing song. You know what I'm talking about? The water flowing. If you message me, I can try to send it to you. Erica, I've got you, dear. Why are they so mad? Something that they saw you post. Bottom of the deck. I feel like they're taking something that you posted personally that has nothing to do with them. Is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially the hair energy. I feel like they misunderstood something, right? Or they didn't get, I feel like, I don't know if you posted some kind of joke that they didn't get, or something. Like I feel like they're taking it as something directed to them. I don't know what I'm getting there. Denise, I got you, dear. One card for Denise, please. Everything is possible. If you feel overwhelmed, just break it into smaller pieces. Yeah, everything will get done. The time it takes is the time that it takes. I keep on hearing, don't get stuff on to-do lists, get stuck on done lists. Yeah, like crane energy, right? Don't get overwhelmed by what you have to do. Get excited by how much you've accomplished. Yep, have a great, you're so welcome, Avatar. See you soon, dear. I drew 2 cards for you? Okay. Did I pull your cards? Okay, hold on a minute. Azara, thank you for the follow. Yaz, 1 card, please, on why I keep getting dreams or memories around the old job. Because it feels to me like it literally feels like it feels like it would have been the ideal situation if not, I need to point this out. Yeah, if not for someone trying to energetically control the situation, right? Like I feel like the guides are effectively showing you something to say. Like you can get back there, right? But it's like it's not that you can get back there, but you can find something that feels similar to that without, I keep wondering, without the controlling energy is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it's almost saying it's like arriving to help you formulate a stronger manifestation goal. You're so welcome, Minnie. Valley, thank you for the follow. Tiff, 1 card on communication with doctors. We've got the 2 of Swords in its upright. So I feel like it's like I keep on seeing like pay attention to energy that seems over eager to like pay attention to energy that seems over eager in terms of like invasive methods is what I keep on getting. This can't be a medical reading. So I need to just like articulate that. So it's not so much it's necessarily like I keep on seeing like again, especially with the King of Wands, like being able to have a full understanding of all of the possibilities before moving towards things that are energetically invasive. Yeah, specifically with the Ram energy, right? Like there's a lot of forcefulness there. So being able to articulate to another in terms of the full scope of options. You're so welcome, Nicole. Like make sure, like it's never, like healthy energy wants you to have a full tableau. 1 card, highest good, please. For Ella, make sure that you're giving someone a heads up on your plans, is what I keep on seeing. Or being able to effectively communicate to another in terms of what they are. Like I keep on hearing, put the idea forward sooner rather than later. Yeah, especially with the King of Wands, it's good to give someone a heads up. Like giving someone, I keep on hearing, giving someone a heads up on something you're planning to do to make sure that it's possible, even if you change your mind and the fact that you're doing it. I keep on hearing, better to have the conversation and say that you change your mind rather than having it like too late, like having it in a space by which it doesn't become a possibility, you know? You're welcome. I don't know what it feels like. I keep on getting like, I don't know why, but it feels like somebody, like, I don't know. It feels like something that they saw that they felt was directed to them is what I keep on getting. You know? Like, I don't know. I feel like they misunderstood something that you said, or they misheard it, or they misconstrued it. Thank you for the follow. Have a beautiful evening, Bridget. You're so welcome, Yaz. Angelic for Lisa. I feel like make sure that you're prioritizing rest. Like I keep wondering, a good balance is one that allows you to rest. Yeah, especially like This is almost feeling like planning a vacation or taking some time for yourself because, yeah, especially with the blank manifestation, it feels like sometimes a vacation gives us or gives our mind a reset. We're able to come back to something with a new set of eyes or fresh ideas. So that's why like it's like we're even working when we're taking a vacation because it's the ability to step away from something that allows us to see something that we hadn't seen before. Yeah, I'm learning to stand my ground. You're so welcome. You're so welcome, Ella. All right, my friends, final call for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled today, who would like a card pulled. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You will have priority in our reading. If you missed the Daily Collective today, it is now available as a podcast over on Spot and Stack, and it's available to be watched over on the place where we keep the videos. I will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, so 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, all you need to do is head on over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. If you became a subscriber today or a super fan, welcome. I would encourage you to message me a disco GIF, and I will send you a personal invite to our subscriber-only disco channel. You can introduce yourself there to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot. You'll also find a coupon code to our discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be on April 16th. We're going to be studying the court cards in the Wand Suite. And even if you're not a subscriber, if you message me the word class here, I can offer you a smaller coupon as well that's only available during this live. You're so welcome, Lisa. Julia, one card, please. Highest and best for Julia. Your work is going to pay off. A little bit every day goes a long way, right? Yeah, just keep on knocking things off the to-do list. It's all going to get done. I know you feel overwhelmed right now, but don't, just take a breath and take it as it comes, especially with the hawk energy. This is you building in new practices and habits for yourself that are going to allow you to find deepening levels of consistency. I keep wondering, when you feel distressed, let the checklist guide you. You don't have to apologize, Julia. It's okay. Yep, you got it, dear. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.